Hi, everybody. I dispensed with the intro this week because I want to make a new one because that one's getting old. So I thought, we'll just do the countdown and then jump right in. So welcome to everybody who's here. Glad you could make it. Another Saturday night. And here we are getting into the cooler part of the year finally. I love September. It's my favorite time of the year. And my husband and I just celebrated this past week our 44th wedding anniversary. And that's another thing I love about this time of year. It's a great time to travel. And we learned that right from when we were first married. So if we go away, this is usually when we go. But of course, I have a reef tank and there's a pandemic, so no travel this year. So welcome, everybody. BC was first in. Hey, Doc. Thanks for coming by. It's nice to see you. Do not forget to click that thumbs up icon. And are we all happy out there in the electronic ether? Yeah, I hope so. We have 10 of you. Cool. And yes, I did unmute my mic. Hey, Salty Reef, you were here second. Taryn's Little Ocean. Taryn, nice to see you. What a gorgeous little kitten that is. Wow. Hey, Garrett, Algae Warrior's here. Glad you could make it. Yeah, Instagram. If anyone follows Algae Warrior on Instagram, he's had an interesting event happen with bubble algae. And Garrett, I think you're right. I bet you that's what it was, what you thought. Hey, T40, thank you for coming. There's Diacanthus Reef. Hey, you made it in first thing. That's awesome. Spaghetti and a stream. Sounds perfect to me. The Reef and Rican is here. Hello. David L. Hi, David L. Oh, thank you, David. Happy anniversary. I appreciate that. Hey, Andrew Hudson, all the way from the UK. Glad you could come. Mr. DKH is here. Hello. Mitch Boudreau. Hey, Mitch Boudreau. Nice to see you. So that's everybody that's here. For now, we've got, we're right up to 15 right away. That's cool. First, before I forget, September 19th is my father-in-law's 90th birthday. So next Saturday, there won't be a stream because we're having a family party for him. Don't worry, it's outdoors. It's at my sister-in-law's kind of rural property, and it's just family. So it's on the Saturday, so I won't be able to do the live stream because we're going to celebrate that with him. So that's pretty cool. 90, that's awesome. So just thought I'd let you guys know now in case anything else comes up that that you might decide not to do because of the stream. Hey, Nat King Reef, glad you could come by. So tank update. I've had a few people ask about a tank update, and I got this asking me if this is what I want for cord notches. Now, this is not my project because this is obviously on another tank, but this is just what what I've decided to go with. And that's not as thick a weir acrylic. But yeah, a deep notch like that because I can fit multiple cords through one spot. And in brewing, you can buy what's called a bung, and usually it's a rubber stopper. It's food safe, and they often have a channel around the outside. And I'm thinking something like that cord setup, all I'd have to do is buy a rubber bung that is the same diameter as the bottom of the notch, whatever he gives me, and cut it in half, slide it down, put the cords through, and then slide the upper half on top of it, just to take up any extra space so that animals can't get through, snails, fish, whatever. So I think that design is going to work. Originally, I had asked for 3 separate notches. Then I thought maybe a slot would work, but I actually like how that looks, and I know that I'll be able to take up that extra space with something, whether it's a bung, whether I can find the right diameter. But I know they come in all shapes and sizes, and that seems to me to be the most straightforward way to fill that gap. So there's that. What else have I got to show you? Oh, yeah, I did this. I think I talked to you guys last week about the problem with the observation tank being only 25 gallons of actual swim space for 2 tanks. And I've got frag racks jammed in there. I have 3 frag racks, 1 on each end, and then a stand-up one in the middle. And I've been noticing a little more aggression between the purple tang and the sailfin tang. I can't tell who's the actual aggressor, but they just seem to be tangling a lot. So I decided to do this. Yes, that is a frag tank. Well, I'm going to call it a frag tank because essentially it's going to hold coral that I can house in another tank just to keep it safe and to give the fish more swim space. So you can see the wonderful stand we've got there is basically 2 sawhorses or whatever that's called, whatever that thing is, tough built stands. And what's on top of it is the top of an old coffee table. And so we've got this 20-gallon on top of that. And this is the setup I had when I was breeding mollies. So I know the tank is sound. We did leak test it though. And after setting it up, that's with the light on. The water's not in there yet. And you can see the power bar on the right. And that's where I'm going to plug in all the equipment. And I have yet to add a power head in here. And today I added a bag of seeded media from the other tank, from the sump system. I just put it on the bottom in the back left corner. So we'll see how that goes. But I really do need that space to allow the fish to swim in there because I really don't want them to hurt each other. And it's going to be a nightmare to try and catch those fish the way that is right now. So we'll see what happens. Who else is here? David L. is technically at work. Oh no, Mitch, still watching. Don't have my reef tank anymore. I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh man. Yeah, I was thinking about that because even with the hurricanes that have hit in other places in recent weeks, like, well, the one right now that's hitting Newfoundland, it's just, I don't know. It's that season. It's that time of year, I guess. I think the bung is called a grommet. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. And I think usually the grommets have a hole in the middle that you can insert a tap. And I'm looking for the ones that are plugged, that are solid plugs. But we'll see what we can find because, you know, even if it has a hole in the middle, that's okay because I can rest the cords there. So yeah, I'm sure I can find something. T40. Anybody have any idea where I could get plastic algae screen and what would be the proper name? I know that if you have a craft store anywhere, let's see if anybody else answers. Any craft store, it's called plastic canvas. Yep, that's exactly right. Like Michael's, or I don't know what other sort of craft chains you might have down there. But yeah, Camaro Kid, thanks. That's exactly it. It's plastic canvas. So there you go. Oh, look at that. Algae Warrior says he can send some frags to Mitch if you get it going again. Cool. Hey, Beast B, glad you could make it. Dell's Reef is here. Hello. Salty Reef, T40 for his Santa Monica algae scrubber. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Have the little tabs torn out? Because that's what happened with my Santa Monica. The 2 little tabs that are perpendicular to the screen, and those are what slide through the slot, right, and hold it in place. Yeah, mine tore as well. And what I did was, before it tore right out, I got some like fishing line, and I essentially sewed it through the canvas to keep it in place until I could order another one, because you can buy them. I can't even remember how much they cost, but I know I did buy a replacement from them. Hello, Deep Reef. Hey, Calypso's Reefs. How's it going, Hector? Insane Reefer. Hey, Oscar. They sell it at Sally's Beauty. or Hobby Lobby and Michael's. Yeah, that's the plastic canvas. And Calypso says Joanne Fabrics. Yep, I was trying to think of the fabric store down there. That's exactly what happened. Yeah. Yeah, that is kind of a weak point in that design. And well, I don't know, this is just me, but I felt like the way those tabs were added on, I don't know whether they were like molded with the screen or glued on later, but there's a lot of pressure on there. When you think of when that screen gets loaded up with algae that's wet and the water's running through it, I'm sure that's why they tear, is because they're not sturdy enough to withstand all that weight. And then you pull the screen out and sometimes it gets snagged, and that puts more sort of pressure on it. And yeah. Who else is here? Yeah, Camaro Kid. I gotta admit, I watched it. I'm not gonna comment. No comment. Okay. Yeah, and apparently, I heard on a live stream that apparently Orfec goes out and finds people who have nice established tanks and gives them lights, or finds people who have switched over and takes all these pictures. But really, they're not like that because of the Orfex. They're like that because of whatever they had before, and just the Orfex are on there now to take the pictures. I don't get it. I do not get the drama over lights. Why? Why does it matter? If you do your research and choose something, just go with it, because you'll make it work. You'll make it right. If you make a wrong decision, you'll know I've made lots of wrong decisions. And usually it's with cheap lights because they don't have things that I need, such as on-off programming. And I don't know, just you learn. You spend the $100 and you find out, oh, this isn't going to work, because even though, yeah, it has the programming, if the power goes out, it doesn't remember the time. It remembers the programming, but it doesn't remember the time. That's the NiCrew, which, by the way, that was the light I had on the frag tank. It's a good light, but when your power goes out, you have to go down and reset the time on the little dongle, or your lights will be all out of whack. So, like, people, just do your research, decide what works for you, what fits in your budget, and screw all the rest of it. Like, who really cares, right? Yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry. I don't usually rant, but there's been a lot of it lately. Hey, Emerald Coast Reef Head. Hello from Crestview, Florida. Oh, hey, T40. I'm glad you got what you needed out of here tonight. Hey, Acro Breeder. Nice to see you. Lights are lights. Choose what you like. They will all grow coral for the most part. Yeah. I still run old school T5 with Reef Brights with much success. Awesome. T5 and LED bars are boss. Yep. See, it's whatever works for you. And I learned with my Red Sea tank that I started out with a Kessel AP700. I still love the light. It has its weak points, and I supplemented it at first with T5s. But I found I didn't care for the flat look that you get with T5s. My corals responded to them. You could tell right away they were different. They opened more. So they did really well for that. But that isn't always the goal for me, as far as I don't need super fast growth. So I switched out to the Orfec bars, and I absolutely love that. The corals still expanded and did the same thing. So it's whatever works for you. And now I got 4 Orfecs up here and 2 cheapo light bars that are LEDs. And that's fine, because the side bars are just fill in. And we'll see what happens. You know, in a year, I may go, yeah, you know what? Maybe I need to swap those out for something else, because this has come along and I think it could do better for me. Maybe. But it sure won't be a whole lot of, well, that's too expensive. Well, if it's too expensive, I won't buy it. There are lights that I think are way overpriced. And for that reason, I won't buy them because I like value for money. I don't mind spending the money, but I have to feel like I'm getting value for it. So there are certain lights I will never pay that kind of money for because I don't think I'm getting the value for it. Yep, T5s and LED bars are boss. Okay, so, yeah. Yeah, I'm using the Kessel right now over the 150 gallon section of the sump, and it's doing fine. And the strange thing is I have an AI Prime HD over the observation tank, and I have the Kessel over the 150 gallon section of the sump. And I have no problems going to my phone and connecting with the Kessel if I need to make a change, even if I'm upstairs here or somewhere else. But can I reach the AI light? Can't do it, no matter what. And then all of a sudden, there it is. But it's like I try and I try and I try, and it keeps saying it's not connected. Well, I know it's connected because the little light is on. And then I go back an hour later and it works. And I don't have that problem with the Kessel. So I don't know that it could be my Wi-Fi. If that's, if I try the Kessel and it works, then I should also be able to get the AI if I'm doing it at the same time, and that doesn't happen. So that's why I don't like the AI light, and I probably won't buy them again, because if I want to make a change to my light, the only option I have is Wi-Fi. And if I can't get the Wi-Fi, then I'm not getting the light. A guy at Reefapalooza Chicago, I was telling him about this, and he says, oh no, the new HDs, they don't do that anymore. And I thought, okay, a year later when I had to get one, I bought one, and I thought, yeah, that's what the guy said. But no, he's wrong. It does do that. Anyway. Chili Will's Reef just upgraded from the AI 5200 to Radeon G5 XR15 only because the AI were getting old. Yeah, that sounds good. There's a lot of good reports on the G5 Radeons, like the new camera pump way overpriced. Yeah. Hell yeah, buying more AliExpress bars for my 300 gallon. Yeah, that's what I have in front of me and behind me. Along the sides of the tank are the AliExpress cheapo bars, the 120 centimeter ones, 4 feet. And then the front and the back are the Orfec bars that I originally had on the Red Sea tank. See an update. Oh man, you guys. Oh, here we go. Deep Reef has T5 plus Spectra halides, Kessel 360W, and an Orfec bar over a 3-foot tank. They come on at different times. Yeah. Hey, you know what? I just figure the more you can throw at it, the better, because eventually you'll find exactly the right combination. And when I set up my lighting for the new tank, if it ever gets here, I will give you another further update on that. But I think I'm looking at more of a white light for through the day. And I think what I'm going to be getting for the blues is going to be the perimeter. So we'll see what happens. Well, if I can get the look I'm visualizing, like what you see when you're snorkeling along the bottom, that's the kind of light I want to try and get. So we'll see. We'll see if I'm happy with how the corals look under that light. Or maybe I have it like that for 2-3 hours in the middle of the day. We'll see. Cindy, what's up with the tank that came jacked up? Yeah, so today's September 11th, so we are just more than 30% through the 1 month that I allowed for this thing to be fixed. I did get sent that picture of the design for a cord notch, and I okayed it right away. So that's apparently been communicated to the tank builder. We got a quote to redo the stand, which involves sandblasting, some hand sanding, and it's going to be repowder coated to the right color. And so that quote has been forwarded on to the builder. And the idea there is the fish store guys are going to come and get the tank in a truck, or the stand rather, in a truck, and take it to the powder coating place, which is only about 25 minutes from where I live. So it's relatively local to me, so that makes it easier. It will take roughly 2 to 3 weeks to get the stand redone. So that's what we know right now. As for the tank, all I've heard is about the cord notches. I did get asked whether 2 weeks, it would take about 2 weeks to get the glass cut and send it out to get polished, and whether that would work for me. But my reply to that is, look, if the tank is not fixed and ready to come in my house at the beginning of October, like say October 2nd, the deal's off, because it's a month and I am not going to extend it and extend it and extend it. No, not happening. So maybe the glass is already sent out to be polished and he's just waiting for it to come back. I don't know. But in my mind, if it's a priority, like the tank builder says he's going to make it a priority, he should already be knowing who he's sending and looking into flights and making arrangements for the person to come. And I haven't heard any of that. Maybe he is doing it and just hasn't communicated it, because that's his style. That's how he does business. But that's all I know, is that it would take 2 weeks to get the glass for the Euro brace sent out for polishing. And we're 1/3 of the way through. 30% of the time is gone. So I'm still not confident it's actually going to happen. And one thing I have decided, though, is I'm not going to give up. And if I have to wait another several months to have a new tank built by somebody else, then I will wait. But I'm not going to let something like this drive me out of a hobby I love. And yeah, so we'll see what happens with the tank. But I have no more confidence now than I did on the day that the local fish store guys came and looked at it, because I don't see that it's moved on at all, other than, oh, is this picture of this what you want? So I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. What the shit says? Breaking everything down and upgrading to a 300. Oh, acro breeder. Wow. So you have 240s, right? I think you had 240 breeders, and you're going to put everything together in a 300. Oh, that's cool. Oh, we got cue balls over here. Love a combination of both. Yeah, I think that's T5 and LEDs. Hey, Johnny Martinez. Nice to see you. Okay. What are we praying for? I'm lost. Oh, who was it that lost their tank? Mitch Boudreau lost his tank to Ida, to the hurricane. What about the silicone? Oops. Oh, a 40. Oh my goodness. You have many tanks. What about the silicone? The fish store guys looked at the tank itself and said it's a good job, but the overflow is not a good job. And that's what's supposed to be removed and then reinstalled. So, yeah. Hey, cue balls, let's bring you in here. Look
Hey, Cindy.
Look at that. Anemone. Is that what that is?
Oh, yeah.
Holy smokes. Oh, he might have stepped.
Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, good.
Sorry
Yeah,
about
tank's slowly coming back after all the death that I had.
Oh, man. What happened?
Well, we had the dino outbreak back in the spring, and then went on vacation at the end of July and came back to just about every fish in the tank was dead.
Oh my God,
And,
you're kidding.
Yeah, over about a week span, I went from 25 fish down to 5.
Oh no, I know how that feels. I went to
Yeah.
from 13 to 5 overnight, and it was all the biggest, most beautiful fish that I lost. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I was able to save my most expensive fish, which was my blue hippo and a Clarky clownfish. And then I got a couple fish left in the tank that survived the purge, I call it. There's a yellow damsel in there. They're all hiding right now because the lights are turning down, but
Yeah.
I only got one of my blue-green chromis. He's hiding back in there. Somewhere my Watchman Goby survived, and then I have a red firefish in here somewhere. He's kind of timid, but he made it. But yeah, I lost a yellow tang, my lavender tang,
Mm.
a bunch of my chromies, three clownfish.
Wow. And what do you know what happened?
I'm thinking it was Brooke. The
Oh,
more research I did, it was leaning more and more towards Brooke.
oh,
Um,
geez.
it wasn't something I had ever seen before. And at first I was thinking maybe it was velvet, but it was such a slow process. I mean, this was over about a week's time, and all the fish really started showing the same symptoms, and then all of a sudden they would just die.
Mm.
And so I caught as many as I could and tried to get them out of the tank. And yeah, I only ended up with what you see. These guys are impossible to catch. I can't get them out of the tank, so they're kind of going to be my canary in the coal mine, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah. And
But
how did it get in your tank? Do you know?
I have no idea. The only new addition in my tank was this clam over the past 6 months.
Wow.
So if something came in on that clam, then that's my answer. But you know, that's really about the only thing I chalk it up to.
I don't know a lot about brook other than it affects clownfish a lot. And I don't know, does it have that long an incubation period, you think, if it did come in on the clam? I always thought it was quick. Before you knew it, that was it.
Well, I noticed back when I was fighting dinos, my yellow tang had some white spots and some like haziness over its eyes.
Yeah.
So I pulled it out of the tank, and he was in a hospital tank for probably a good 3 months. And I reintroduced him to the tank, and everything was going fine. And then about a week before I went on vacation, I noticed the haziness over the eyes again. So I pulled him out again and put him in the hospital tank. And yeah, when I came back from vacation, he was dead in the hospital tank.
Oh.
And all the other fish started showing like weird signs, like they would just hover at the top of the tank, and they had this dusting of
Mm.
whatever on them. So I got just about every fish that I could get out of the tank and put them into my hospital tank. And every morning I would come down and there would be another fish. And it was weird. I mean, all their scales started falling off and they had like these lesions all over them. So
Oh
that,
my God.
yeah, that's what really got me to Brooke.
Huh.
But the ones I were able to save, I have my blue hippo tang and my Clarky clownfish in the hospital tank now, and they have not anything, no spots. They're eating like troopers. I mean, there's no signs of anything, and the fish that are still in the tank don't have any signs of anything. So
Hmm.
I'm going to give this a couple months, um, running almost fallow, just to
Yeah, yeah,
see.
to whatever degree you can, right?
Right? Yeah.
I sometimes wonder if there's protection that fish get that are sand dwellers. When I lost all my fish, the green wrasse survived, of course, and my aurora goby. And the aurora goby I know was living under a rock, and of course they will go into little caverns and things like that. And I thought it was odd that that such a small, more kind of fragile fish would survive whatever happened to the rest of them. I'm still thinking it was oxygen problem, but so I wonder if being sand dwellers or closer to the bottom is something that makes a difference at all.
I don't know, because I had three of these little yellow damsels. I had a big, a medium, and a small, and the big and the medium one went first. This guy
Hmm.
used to be about the size of a dime. I
Wow.
mean, he was so tiny when I got him. I figured he would die quickly because he was so small.
Hmm.
But he's fattening up, and I think he's loving the fact that he's got a 180-gallon tank now that's all his.
Yeah. Doesn't have to hide.
Right. But I've
That,
slowly been introducing, um, after the dino purge, I lost all my corals just about,
oh boy.
except for the softies. So I've been slowly. I added a green Gawny,
That's pretty.
and that thing took off. I actually I got a steal on that. I got it from Petco. They didn't know what it was. They thought it was a rock because it was all shrunken in
Oh yeah.
and had no polyp extension. So I paid $10 for it.
Oh my god.
Got it home, and it just started exploding.
And they're rubbing their hands going, yeah, we sold a guy a rock for 10
Yeah.
bucks.
And then I added this bird's nest a couple weeks ago, and it's doing pretty well. So just kind
Nice.
of testing the waters with SPS again.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so hard when you have a problem like that because the overall balance of the tank too depends on your bioload and the fish and all of that. So then you really got to watch the nutrients again. And if you just came off of dinos, like it's just so hard to get that balance back so that the corals can be in that stable environment, right? Just crazy.
Yeah, because I know when I was fighting dinos, my test kits always said that I had um, nitrates and phosphates.
Hmm.
So it was, I couldn't figure out why I was getting dinos, but I think it was more of because of the imbalance. My nitrates were always really low, but my phosphates were like point 0.2, point 0.3.
Oh yeah.
And so there was such an imbalance in the two. So unfortunately, I raised my nitrates. They got up to around 80.
Mm.
And I was testing daily as I was battling through the dinos, and my nitrates got sky high. And then that's when the dinos really started to go away because I think I found a better balance. But then
Mm-hmm.
with the nitrates being so high, all my corals were like, nope, I'm out.
Yeah, and I'm surprised you didn't get cyano with the high phosphates.
Not until I got rid of the dinos.
Jeez, it's
But
always something.
yeah, but I mean, cyano. I'll take cyano any day of the week compared
Yep.
to dinos. I mean, they devastated the tank, and
Wow.
I mean, this entire rock down here was just covered in micromusa,
Hmm.
and they just withered away. Um, my Zoa garden back here has been slowly rebounding, but they were just melting off the rocks.
Wow.
Um, this whole structure over here was all um, acropora, and it's bare now. But I had that entire arch had some acros on there, all the
Hmm.
way out to the tip there. But I mean, the softies and a lot of the LPS, they didn't really seem to mind. They're slowly recovering. But yeah, the SPS corals were they were goners.
Yeah, I know how that feels, and it's just you feel so helpless just watching everything deteriorate. Let's see, there's a couple comments here. Oh, hey, Marcus Aurelus. Hello, the Herm14. Thanks for the good wishes there. True Skills, hello, a quick stop in. Marcus Aurelus says, Brooke is slimy looking, not as spotty. Sounds like symptoms. Uranema causes lesions, and it's not impossible to have a few different ones at once. Yeah. Yeah, and
Yeah,
Salty Reef says he's sorry to hear what you're going through.
Uranema was the other one that I thought about because of the lesions, and I'm wondering if I could have had, you know, a couple different things, because a lot of the fish, the big fish, definitely had lesions all over them, and then the smaller fish, they just, I mean, what I found when I found them in the tank, they were half chewed on by all the critters, but
Oh yeah. Yeah.
um, it was hard to diagnose with them. But it was just a slow, over a week's time, a slow process where one fish would go and then the next one, and it was a pretty rough week.
Yep. I know how it feels. It's the helplessness that always got me. I mean, aside from the initial troubleshooting, and you're racking your brain looking at absolutely everything to see what the problem is, right?
Yeah, I think the hardest one for me, I had a, Niger trigger in here. He
Mm,
was my first, my best friend. He would eat out of my hands,
wow.
and he had lesions, and he was not swimming at all. I got him into the hospital tank and put everything at hyposalinity, and he made almost a full recovery. The lesions went away. He was eating. He was swimming. He was great. And then I came downstairs and he jumped out of the tank. I was so mad.
Oh my God.
I had him almost all the way
Oh
back to
man.
full recovery, and he jumped out of the tank.
Oh no. Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah, I there have been many times when I've been asking myself, is the universe trying to tell me something, you know?
that's kind of what it felt like.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was kind of a get yourself a tank lid for your hospital tank,
Uh-huh.
and maybe that fish just didn't want to live anymore. So
Yeah, and we just don't know what. Even when I'm doing water changes on Mollywood, the observation tank, I gotta start calling it the right thing. Um, I've got an eagle eye on those fish because man, I really don't want to lose them to a water change if they start fighting with each other, the two tanks, because they really do race around the tank and get into it. So, so I'm hoping if I give them a little more space, um, they might not have so much drama between them. Hey, Drama D.
it just feels so empty now.
Oh, yeah. So what are your plans then? Are you gonna go fallow for a while and like you were talking about the canary and the coal mine thing, make sure those guys are all okay?
Yeah, it's pretty much. I'm looking after the New Year's. I might start looking into some new fish. Um, Probably around Thanksgiving or Christmas, I might get the two survivors back in here, but um, I'm really hesitant about putting
Yeah,
fish in here again because I don't want to go through that again. I think my wife had a harder time with it than I did,
yeah,
because I mean, just trying to get her involved in the hobby was hard enough, but then to see all this death, it just
yeah, yeah.
it's rough. But yeah, I'm I can't make up my mind whether I want big fish again or just fill this thing up with little fish that are just gonna swim around in all the little nooks and crannies,
Hmm.
because I kind of like that look.
Oh, hey, I'm not gonna lie. I'm seriously considering buying 10 or 15 blue damsels. The ones, the Springer eyes that are, or Pavo damsels that are the least aggressive ones.
Are those the ones that are like really deep blue?
Yep, and they're solid color blue, no other color on them.
Yeah,
And I just thought, with such a large space and the three full 5 foot viewing panes, I can just imagine a whole bunch of bright blue fish in there.
I thought about that because when I was at my local Petco last week, they had one whole tank just filled with these bright, deep blue. They called them damsels, and I thought that they were like a bluer, um, oh, chromie. But
Oh
I guess
yeah.
I mean those are all the same. I guess if you really think about it. But They were just this really vibrant blue, and I thought, man, I would love to have like all 8 of those just swimming around my tank.
Yeah. Lord Kifferon, hello, Lord Kifferon, says, sounds like your fish had a rare case of velvet, usually covers the fish in a coating, causing the slime coat to go away, and then lesions will form. Yeah. Oh, Oscar's here. I'm going to bring Oscar in, then I'll say hi to a few more people. Hey, Oscar.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, good. Drama D is here. Oh, Carlos 23. Hello, my favorite Carlos. Haven't seen you in a long time, Carlos. I hope things are okay. Salty Reef. Hey, Sean Clark. Oh,
Trying
Algae
to find my
Warrior.
lens here.
Oh, yeah. Algae Warrior says, I had a blue ReefGrrl. It was a beautiful fish. Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, they said it was a damsel, but it had the same look of a chromis to me.
But they sold you a rock for $10.
Yeah, I shouldn't argue with it. So.
Marcus Aurelus says he has a bunch of ReefGrrl. So cool. Hey, Luis Gigliotti, welcome. Okay, so let's get this organized here. Oh, there's Oscar. He must have found his lens. So cue balls, are you gonna start replacing your SPS and things like that, do you think?
Yeah, I reached out to someone that we know and asked if there was any kind of all my SPS, my acros I bought from Travis.
Yeah.
And I reached out to him and seeing if there was anything that we could do, and he's gonna hook me up with some SPS, the ones that I lost from him. So
Nice.
that was I couldn't believe when he actually said that he would help me out. That was like made my day.
Yeah, I bet.
So,
Honestly, I think it's one of those cases where he's been through all those ups and downs and trial and errors, and he knows how it feels, and he's in a position to help. And I was brought up to believe if you can help, you should help, and it's always done. It's always been a great way to live because you always can feel like you've done what you can, right?
yeah, it was. I mean, I took a shot in the dark, even reaching out, and wasn't expecting anything. And when he got back to me, I couldn't believe what he said he would do for me. So
that's awesome.
Helps having people in this hobby that are willing and able to help each other out.
Yeah. Yep. Well, now that we're getting to know each other, that's what I love about it, especially in the last, I don't know, well, it started with the live streams, for example, Dave's Nano Tanks. People really started to get to know each other, and that's where we're able to sort of help out here and there when we can, right? So yep, I hope that continues because it's a great part of this whole community thing.
Yeah, and hopefully if we all, get down with this COVID crap, we can, of course it's harder for you up in Canada, but
yeah,
I know that there's a show in Lancaster, Pennsylvania in November that Travis is going to go to, and I'm going to try my hardest to get out there and either help him out with that, to kind of pay him back, or to at least get there and give my thanks to him.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have a lot of shows here. As far as I know, the Niagara Coral Show, which was the one that got canceled right at the beginning of the pandemic in March of 2020, they're tentatively scheduled for May of 22. And I know a lot of guys from the States did come up for that, if you're close enough to the border to Niagara Falls. But that's pretty much it. And certain corals can cross the border without paperwork. Certain ones, softies and all of that. But, most of the ones that we would go to a show to pick up, you need the paperwork, and no one has it. No one can give it to you. There's no way to, because of CITES, there's no way to do even a lineage thing for aquaculture stuff, it's just a hard line. So nobody really bothers with it very much unless they're doing large volumes of shipping.
Yeah.
Drama D, anybody know what could be the cause of an RODI pressure gauge not functioning? Well, ours didn't work after we let it dry out for about 4 months. We took things down at our old house and then everything went into storage. Well, actually, I guess it was more like 6 months by the time we set up another RODI system. And by then the gauge had completely dried out and it wasn't working. So we ended up having to get a new one. There's a couple other suggestions you've probably already seen in the chat. How about you guys, Cue Balls and Oscar? Have you ever run into that on an RODI system?
I don't have a
No.
pressure gauge.
Says it's
Mine
not
is
showing
working.
pressure. Yeah.
The only
in-
thing I did have, I'm sorry, Cindy.
Oh, no,
the
you
only
go
thing I
ahead.
did have happen to me is I left an old RODI in a closet outside, and when the winter came, it just blew up the cartridges. So that's pretty much
Oh boy.
what's happened.
And you're in Kentucky, right?
I'm in Kentucky. Yeah.
So the winter got cold enough that happened. I didn't
Oh,
think
yeah.
it got that cold down there.
It does. It does get cold down here.
Yep.
We're kind of like in the eastern, mid of the state.
Yep. Oscar, Andrew Hudson is wondering if that's a red Goniopora you've got there.
Yeah.
That is gorgeous.
That's a red gunny. I've had it since it was a little nub. It had about 3 or 4 polyps in it.
Nice. And how long ago was that?
I'd say probably about a year ago.
Yeah, yeah.
So
So
it's grown real nice.
So what's your potassium? Do you ever test for potassium?
Well, actually, now that you're talking about that, remember I posted on Instagram that I was going to get a potassium test.
Yeah, yeah,
I've been doing trace elements,
yeah.
and I've been dosing potassium for the past 3 days, and I actually got it up from 368 to 410.
Yeah.
So I
See?
tested today, and it's in 410.
And I wouldn't have done, okay, years ago I did, because I read something about, I was having a problem of some type and I read something about potassium. So I thought, I'll check my potassium, and it was really low. So at that time I got it all fixed and then it was okay. So I wondered if it was later on, I wondered if it was an issue with some deficiency in salt. And then I just forgot about it. Then I watched Melev's Reef's Reef Diary series and the issues that he had. And so once again, I went, it's been a while. So I got a potassium test kit and tested. And sure enough, my salt mix is at 350. So I have to get down on my hands and knees and look at the bucket because it's on the floor with a magnifying glass and just see what the specifications are on the outside of the bucket, because I use the Tropic Marin. And it could very well say 350 to whatever, but I don't know until I check. So the observation tank was at 360 and the main sump system was at 310. And I haven't done a water change on that since I set it up. Well, to back up, I did do a water change a couple weeks ago, but that was the first one in 7 months. So if in fact the salt was consistently 350-ish, then I could totally see how over time the potassium would drop down that low because it does get consumed. And so I'm thinking to myself, okay, what about people who don't very often do water changes? Because that was my situation. Are they monitoring potassium? Do they keep track of it and dose for it? So I wonder if potassium is going to be what magnesium was, 3-4 years ago, when all of a sudden everybody's going, do you look at your magnesium? If your Duncan's closing up, your magnesium could be low. Do you remember that, Oscar, when at one time it was always magnesium? And I'm wondering if now, I'm wondering now if it's going to be potassium, because a number of people have said that. So Interesting,
And
eh?
it's
How that
funny.
happens.
It's
Yeah.
and it's funny that you say that because I always do water changes. I'm the type of person I like to do water changes. It just peace of mind, basically.
Yep.
Uh, I know that I'm refreshing the system by doing
Mm-hmm.
water changes, and I'm the type of person who does maybe 20% weekly
Mm-hmm.
or biweekly, depending on how I see the tank and depending on how I feel or whatever.
Yep.
And with that number that I was getting from the ICP, which was 368,
Mm-hmm.
like how can my potassium be so low and I'm doing water changes all the time?
Yeah.
So, maybe the salt mix doesn't have, that potassium level that it says
Yeah.
it has.
Yeah. And back when I first started checking it, at that time, from what I could find out, 400 was the golden number. You didn't want to get too much below, but it was almost worse to get 10 above than it was to get 10 below. So you had to try and keep it in this very narrow band right around 400. But since then, and the reading I did this time, because I'm thinking of doing a video on it, because it's easy to do these potassium tests. Yeah, it's a bit of a pain to clean out the vial after, but so what? So you leave it sitting there overnight with vinegar in it.
Yeah.
Because it could well be that these salts, the specification is somewhere between 350 and 410, somewhere. And if that's the case, then I don't know, like maybe we as reef keepers have to be a little more diligent and observant and try and keep it closer to that 400. So I'm going to see what I can find out about it. And if the number on the bucket is above 350, I might contact Tropic Marin and find out. Well, in fact, I have 3 buckets, and 2 of them I haven't opened yet because I got to make another 300 gallons of water at some point. And I'm going to check it and just see what the bucket says, and see
Maybe
where
send an
things are.
ICP or test it before you add it to like the system. Mix up a little bit of salt water and do a potassium
Yeah,
check on
yeah,
that salt mix.
yep, yep. Well, my thinking was I have one ICP test left that I bought a couple of years ago, and I'm going to use that when I have the tank filled, the new tank filled, before I hook it up with the basement system, and just see what the levels are, because it will essentially be a combination of existing sump water and new salt water. I'm not just going to put new salt water in it. I'm going to pump up the water from the existing sump system and mix it with new salt water so that the 2 systems are as close as they can get. Oh, we got more people I got to say hi to. Oh, the Herm has a hippo tang that he's had for 10 years that needs a new home. Starting to chew on corals. So the Herm 14,
Ooh,
if you're looking for a
yeah.
hippo tang that likes to eat coral. Oh, hey, Broke Reef Man 45. Apologies for not saying, hey, no worries. Glad you could make it. Well, come on back in at some point and show us what you got there. Drum Clock is talking about unclogging. Hey, Drum Clock. The gauge. That's one thing I test for. Everybody calls me nuts. Well, I used to, and then I got away from it. Water changes. ICP test. Hey, Sean Clark. I have used Red Sea Carlin Grow 150 mils diluted into 850 mils of rhodi to make an alk supplement that contains potassium and iron, among other trace elements. It will settle out of solution, though. Yeah, see, this is the thing, because the other part of all of this is we're all into trace elements, and everyone uses different systems. And if the system you use contains potassium, you don't want to overdose it. It's like iodine. It's worse to overdose it than it is for it to gradually creep down. Although, as Melav found out, getting it to really low levels can be catastrophic.
I guess
So,
I kind of I do an ICP test I just got one back actually right after vacation, and my potassium has always been around 375. So I don't know. I don't dose it, but I
Mhm.
wonder, is it my salt, or I use ESV Bionic for my 2-part,
Right.
and they claim to have all the trace elements in it. So I'm wondering, where am I getting my potassium from? Because it always seems to hold stable for me.
Yeah, and I think if it's stable, that's, just like everything else, stability matters. Oh, look at
Mhm.
that guy, Watchman Gobi.
Yep.
He's watching you. But then I don't know if potassium is considered a trace element. It's like a fundamental requirement. And the reading that I just recently did, it's a component used by plant-based, like zooxanthelle and things like that. They use it to convert energy. So if you don't have enough potassium, the zooxanthelle can't convert energy to supply for growth and coloration, and that's one of the reasons the coloration starts to get pale if there's a shortage of potassium. And then ultimately it reaches the point where they can't supply energy. And that's where it gets to critical levels, and that's why you need it. Then the overabundance of potassium, and what got me thinking about this was the red goniopora, and that's why, Oscar, I asked you about potassium, because apparently goniopora benefit from slightly high potassium around 420, 410, 420. And my
Well,
gonioporas have really, really been doing badly. But since I upped the potassium and I got it to 400 for about the last 3 or 4 days, honestly, the green one, I'm starting to see more polyps on it. They're not extended, but I'm seeing more. So maybe it's been potassium all along that's been the problem for me, for the goniopora. I don't know.
well, I don't know if you know or not, but I had a major STN issue with a bunch of my corals,
Yeah, I
probably about a
remember you
month or two
talking
ago.
about it. Yep.
So I lost about 50% of my acros in this tank.
Mm.
Um, and then I did that ICP test, and it came down to a bunch of trace elements that were low. Potassium. Well, potassium, I heard, is not a trace element, but it's
Mhm.
like you said, is
One of the
one of the more
fundamental
beneficial. Yeah,
basics.
fundamental.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, look, even humans, if you have low potassium, you can have heart problems.
yeah.
So,
But
cue balls,
molybdenum, I was low on
Sean,
molybdenum,
yep, yep.
and a bunch of stuff. So
Sean Clark likes your elevated rocks cue balls. It's really cool aquascape. Yeah, and Deep Reef says Julian Sprung is of the opinion manganese is important for goniopora. Yeah. And feeding, yes, it's true. Cool.
yeah.
Goniastria are my favorite, so I better get a potassium test kit. Great talk. I don't know about Goniastria. Goniastria are a type of favites, I think, or favia. They're in that kind of family. Anya at Gallery Aquatica has commented that she's unsure whether Goniastria are actually correctly identified and whether they are favia because they're so closely related. So I think goniopora, I think, is maybe it was a typo, autocorrect. Marcus Aurelius, so true. Everything's important, but it's hard with mixed reefs having corals from all around the world. Yeah. Yeah, no kidding.
That's why we love this hobby.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, do you guys remember the Olophilia crispa? I showed you guys I got from my local fish store. I don't even know if I still have a picture of it up here. I don't usually keep them because they take up so much space, but it is a type of maize brain, and autocorrect changed it from Ghani. Okay. Yeah. So this thing is beautiful. It's pale blue, pale green with yellow kind of stripes on it. And if you know what maize brains look like, And so when I saw this thing, it's about the size of a softball, like a half of a softball. It's a dome shape. When I saw this thing, I thought, I would love to create a maze brain garden in the new tank, because I have one of the classic green and purple ones that has the, and it's different from like a platygyra in that the ones that I'm talking about have really wide spaces between the walls. So these meandering walls with the valleys in between, well, the valleys are really wide in maze brains compared to like platygyra or some of those other types. And usually the maze brains have these submassive dome shapes. So I thought it would look really cool to try and get a couple of different ones and sort of put them in proximity and see if I could get them to grow reasonably big. And so the local fish store has got a couple more in, and he's got two more different colors that I don't have yet. I already have two, and these are two that I haven't seen before. So I'm hoping to get those. But this is the kind of thing where, because the Olophilia crispa, I found it in my Viron books, but there isn't a lot. It doesn't even have a common name, although some people have called it moon coral. But I think moon coral is a different type. I think Goniastria is also called moon coral. But anyway, not to get all jumbled up. This is the thing. You can't get information on how to properly look after them. You pretty much just have to put them in the tank, try and figure out what general type of family of coral they're in, and just hope that you get it right. So then you take a step back and you look at all of these trace elements, and this is what makes me think aiming for seawater levels is probably the safest thing to do. And then if you can find out, like, for example, I know the Olophilia comes from turbid water, which means that I'll be fluffing up the sand a lot to try and get whatever junk is on it around the corals, because that's the type of environment they come from. And they would take nutrition from that. But that's the main thing is like to figure out what it is, what it needs. And a lot of times you can't find out. It's all trial and error. So then you have these things that happen and you get like mass death because something happens, something's out of whack. And it's hard with a mixed reef. It's so challenging.
Yeah.
So Oscar, looks like you got a lot of growth going on. Maybe you could give us a little tour of how things are right now.
Okay, well, that's a fascination fabia right there.
Pretty.
It should be kind of greenish orange color. It's starting to color up real nice. It's
I like
mostly
the red.
orange and green.
I like the red in the middle of the mouth. It looks cool.
Yeah, it has those red mouths. And that one, it's another fabia, some type. I don't know the name of it. And of course, you already seen these.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Nice.
Those are those maze corals or whatever.
Yep, those are the platygyra, I think.
Yeah, so I put those together because they kind of look alike. They look nothing like these fabias right here. Fabias are phovites. I don't know what they are.
Yeah, I want to look up the
one's a
difference.
phovites.
Yeah, and I think it's a difference between encrusting versus sort of forming its own shape, if you know what I mean, like solitary.
Yeah.
Because the war coral that I have is encrusting, and if it goes out onto the sand, it just spreads out flat. But maze brains, for example, they form their own skeleton underneath. I guess that's what gives them their shape. Cool.
Yeah, and let me show you around here. Of course, you see I got a frag rack here because I got two more.
Ooh.
I got more acros. I bought these two at TSA. The green one is a Paletta pink tip. That's the third one I've tried this time. Let's see how that one goes.
Yeah.
I haven't had much luck with them. That one's hanging in there so far.
Yep.
And then I got some more that I bought a couple of weeks ago here. I know names are funny or whatever. People are a little bit,
Yeah.
but the one at the far left, That's a TGC cherry bomb.
Mm-hmm.
The one in the middle is a rainbow loom,
Oh yeah.
and the one in the far right, if the tan gets out the way, now yeah, he likes the
Doing his
attention. So
doing his job.
yeah, and then the one on the far right, right there, that's Vivid's confetti.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah,
let's see how those go.
the name thing is hilarious. I listened to the Reef Therapy episode about coral names. I'm trying to get through those because they're really interesting to listen to while I'm doing maintenance and stuff.
Yeah,
And I've come to the conclusion after listening to the whole thing that there's two types of names. One is the actual name that tells you what kind of coral it is, like it's an identification name, right? And then the
yeah,
other name is marketing. And there's nothing wrong with that if only everybody would get together and decide to give something a name and make it consistent, because one vendor will call it one thing and then another vendor will call exactly the same coral something else,
yeah,
and it's the scientific name and the identification you need to know where to put it, how much flow, how much light, all that kind of thing. So
yeah.
I found it really interesting listening to that.
So this one right here, because I know the names of almost all of them, and to me, I don't go by the name to buy a coral. If the coral looks nice, I buy it anyway.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
I use the
Yeah.
name to know more or less what it is, and so people
Yeah.
can have maybe a reference to it. But
Like
this one right
names
here,
matter. Names matter so people know what you're talking about.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So this one right here is the worldwide coral yellowtip.
Hmm.
This one is one of the corals that almost checked out on me,
Oh,
and it got white completely on the base of it. So it came back. So that one is it's a real hardy coral, I think. So I'm
Survivor.
happy about that. And I've seen polyps on this one ever since. I don't want to. I don't want it to be like I'm trying to promote a product or whatever. But ever
Yeah.
since I started dosing those traces and all that,
Yeah.
the polyp extension on this coral has just been crazy. So
Cool.
and I haven't done a water change like in 3 weeks ever since I started dosing the trace elements.
Yeah.
The blue tort right there, that's a Cali tort.
Hmm.
That one almost checked out completely on me. You could ask Hector. I showed him
Wow.
it had white spots all over the place,
Wow.
and it came back. So that one's a hardy one as well. And
And
I've heard
that's a
about people
nice
not doing good with
and
torts.
that's a nice color blue too.
Yeah, you can see it has a tints of green, so it's getting kind of like a green base on it, and it has a blue polyps, real nice.
Yep.
So that one came up, and
Nice.
I'm happy about that. I think I'm doing something right. So,
Yep. Yep.
and the one to the right, right under it, that one is a Dippin' Dots, and that one almost checked out on me completely as well. So it came back. I just cut all the tips, and all those tips that I cut off, they grew back. So
Hmm.
basically to the
Cool.
size that it used to be when it started dying.
So whatever
Uh,
correction you made at the time must have been the right thing.
I think so. I think so. And this one right here, of course, anybody could maybe identify this one. This one's the Tyree Pink Lemonade.
Hmm.
So
Nice.
that one never skipped a beat. I didn't lose anything, and it never STN, and none of the parts. And knock on wood.
Mm.
So that one never skipped a beat, and the one right next to it, which is that little red nub right there,
Hmm.
that one never skipped a beat.
Look at the
That one's doing
polyps
good.
on it. Wow.
Oh yeah,
Fuzzy.
yeah,
Really
yeah,
fuzzy.
real funny. That's the famous TSA Princess Peach. That's what they call that
Beautiful.
one.
Yeah. See, and the thing is, I have heard and seen a few companies, whatever they do to color these things up, um, that like it makes a lot of sense that they would name it that because you don't see it anywhere else.
Yeah,
There are certain ones that seem to come from some vendors and they're not widely available, if you know what I mean.
yeah.
Yeah, that's really
Let's see.
nice.
Let's see what else. Oh, I used to have right here in the corner on this rock. I used to have some PC Rainbow. I lost that one. So
Oh.
yeah, I lost that one way before the. I think it was at the beginning of the STN starting.
Mm.
So that one went away. That one, green one right there. It's supposed to be purple base with yellow tips on it. So they call that one the Lunar Lemonade from TSA as well.
Mm.
That other green one with like purple polyps. That one actually is a pink Cadillac.
Oh yeah, I have a pink Cadillac, but it's bright green, and the polyps are, well, I guess the polyps are a purpley color, but they don't really extend a lot right now.
Yeah. No, the polyps on that one is crazy. I'm just waiting for it to come back to that more kind of lighter color on it that it has.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
the one right in the center there that used to be my, well, not used to be, it still is. It's a tricolor Velita.
Hmm.
And I almost lost that one completely. So I took that one out. I cut it to the, I cut all the branches that used to be at least 2 inches long.
Hmm.
So I cut all the branches on that one. You could see all the tips on it.
Hmm.
I got it on the band, so I caught it. I cut it, and then I did an iodine dip on it,
Hmm.
and it's coming back.
Nice. And you know what, Oscar? It's not often you hear about this many SPS coming back from that type of incident, right? Like
Yeah,
usually they once they start, it's downhill and you really can't save them. But man, you did a great job. And
yeah.
hey, Chimp the Reefer. Chimp says the tank looks great.
Thanks, thanks. So I think I'm becoming more mature. I didn't panic when it happened. I just said, you know what? And I spoke a lot to Hector about it. I was a little bit down on it, but I just said to myself, you know what? If I'm going to lose him, I'm going to lose him no matter what. So I might as well not, stress about it. Let nature takes its course. If they're going
Yeah.
to die, they're going to die. They're going to come back. They're going to come back. So the only thing I did do is maybe cut some of the tips and at least try to save some.
Hmm.
And I guess it worked out. I mean,
Well, that
that
makes
the
sense because when I've read different places about people who will trim the tips of acropora to encourage them to heal and start growing. Like if something just isn't doing anything, they'll say, okay, cut a 1/4 inch off a couple branches, and then all of a sudden the coral starts growing again. And I
yeah,
wonder if maybe that's what you triggered was a healing response when you did that. Like who
yeah,
knows, right?
yeah. Who knows? Who knows? This one right here never skipped a beat, and I'm happy. I'm happy about it because this one right here is one
Yep,
of my favorite corals, and you can
that
see the
is
polyp extension on that.
pretty.
That one, yeah, that one's the Optimus Prime from Top Shelf as
Oh
well.
yeah. Yep. Oh yeah, look at the thing.
Yeah. Um, that green one's in the middle. That one's all. That one was checking out as well. That's the Dan Aykroyd. I know the names are kind of funny on these things, but it's
Yeah.
like you say, it's a matter of trying to identify what they are.
Well, they can't just say
Uh,
green. The green acro with, yeah.
yeah, actually, that one it's green, but it's a light green. It's kind of like a if you ever saw the blob from Ghostbusters,
Mm-hmm.
that green monster,
Uh-huh.
it's kind of like a light green like that, and it develops kind of like some orange coralites
Oh yeah.
on it. Yeah, so it looks real nice. If you look it up on the site, you'll see all the mother colonies, and they grow up to
Yep.
be real nice.
Nice.
That's the Spire of the Dragon right there, the one in the
Hmm.
bottom. Polyp extension is just crazy on him too.
Yep. And so it's the ESV that you've been dosing, the trace?
No, actually, I'll show you right now. What I'm dosing, and I'm not trying to promote anybody. I'm not being sponsored by them or anything like that.
Yeah,
It's
hashtag not sponsored. It's a real
yeah.
drag having to put that out every time.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I'm using the Andre Mueller's Reef Moonshiners.
Oh, jeez. I've heard of this
Yeah,
stuff, and I went and I looked at it, and I thought, this looks so complicated. How on earth do you even know where to start?
yeah. So don't look at my mess. I mean, I got a big mess in this table right here, but if you could see all the bottles that I bought,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
all of those are individual trace elements.
Yeah.
It comes anyway, the cobalt, iron, zinc, molybdenum, manganese, uh, all that stuff. All, he has all individual trace elements, so
Yeah.
it's not like the Red Sea that it has kind of like all in one.
Yeah.
You could dose those, and he goes by a calculator,
Mm-hmm.
so it'll tell
Yeah.
you, okay, you
That's what
dose
was.
so
That was
many
what was.
mLs for 3
Yeah.
days, like that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I did read through it, and I looked at it, and I thought, oh man, maybe I just had no brain space right at that point to look at it. I should probably go back and look at it again.
Yeah.
But
Actually, you could look up on the site, and he has a handbook that it tells you everything, and you could download the
okay,
handbook for free. Yeah, you could download the hand
okay,
on how to do it, so it's free. The only
yep,
thing you have to pay for is the bottles, and they're like $20 each for each
yep,
bottle.
yeah.
Yeah.
So you got a college fund there sitting in that box there.
Yeah, and I already ran out of some of them because it's like I said, some are gonna be like, okay, I have one that I have to dose for 12 days, and it's like 112 mils or
Yeah.
52 mils for 12 days, and
Mm-hmm.
each bottle brings like 500 mils of liquid, so that's 2 bottles right there.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
but that's only for like corrections.
Yeah.
Those are the corrections I have to do. After that, it should be less, so it'll be more, cost effective
So once
the
you get
next
into
time.
maintenance mode, then and so how do you
Yeah.
determine? Do you use ICP testing to figure it out?
Yeah, because right now I'm still doing my corrections on some of them.
Yeah.
Once I'm done with all the corrections, I get another ICP test, which I already ordered.
Yeah.
He goes by the ATI because he already knows. He already did the math on how much you have to dose for that specific test.
Right.
So you get the ATI, you do the test, you send it every month until you know what your numbers are. And
Yeah.
after that, you could just dose whatever you need to dose daily and all that.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Marcus Aurelius is the taxonomy for corals is lacking. A lot of them still have names from the 1800s. Every time I try to find a species name, some funny hippie name comes up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so true. The name game, but to me, you need names so that you know what you're talking about and you can talk to somebody else about what you have. But if they
Yeah.
start using them for marketing purposes, that's kind of where it makes me shake my head, and it's crazy.
Yeah. And I don't buy everything. I mean, I'm not going to buy a $600 nub.
No, no,
That's something I'll never do. I
no.
mean, I could maybe buy $100 little nub, but that's about it.
Hey, I have a booger of forest fire digitata that I would give away.
Yeah. You know
Like
what?
it made me laugh. Now they've got descriptors of boogers. That's how small these freaking pieces
Yeah.
are. It's crazy.
I have this rock right here still empty. I got two
Hmm.
staghorns over there that planted, but I don't know. I
Yeah,
think they're a little bit too low. So I think I might do this rock right here with some forest fires
yeah,
and some digitatas on this one,
yeah, yeah.
and far away from this guy right here because I got that torch coral.
Oh yeah,
So,
that's pretty.
and yeah, anything that gets close to that is pretty much gone, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, Marcus, I agree. It's more important to have real names because you can find where it's from and everything about it. Can you find research papers on stellar watermelon acro? Yeah, crazy, man. Oh, and Sean Clark
Yeah,
says, I like that Optimus Prime. I may need to retract my prior statement about named corals.
yeah. I got a frag of it. I got a frag of it. I'm gonna show you.
Yeah, yeah.
I actually converted my sump into a little frag tank.
Oh,
So I have
nice.
a,
Well, wasn't it Pat Murphy the other day who was on Instagram with an Optimus Prime that he's got under different levels of par?
it was
Is that him I'm
somebody
thinking about? Yeah.
I know somebody was showing one that was real nice, and that's my Optimus Prime. You can see him; it's green,
Yeah.
but it'll color up. That's a little frag
Nice.
that I cut from that one right there, and
Yep.
it's already encrusting.
Nice.
So
And yeah, and
yeah,
Carlos 23 says definitely cutting tips and other method to force SPS to grow works. Yeah, so hey, Oscar, instinctively, you probably did exactly what you needed to do to get those corals to recover.
yeah, I was kind of whining a little bit. Carlos said, "Don't worry, Oscar, you got this." Carlos was telling me, "You got this. Don't worry about it." I kind of took his advice, and he inspires me because he has a bunch of corals that are real nice. So
Oh yeah. Yeah.
he
Yeah,
said, "You got this. You got this."
we need to get Carlos on here. I remember he was on a Dave's Nanotanks live stream once, very briefly, because he's shy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
the
I'm a
herb.
little shy too, but
Yeah. Yeah, me too, believe it or not. This is, oh, we lost cue balls. Sorry, cue balls. Out went the lights. Well, thanks for coming in, cue balls. And I'm sorry about the fish. And keep us posted on that. Yeah. Oh, there's
I got
producer
some
Reef. Hello.
I got
Sorry.
some zoas here for Hector.
Yeah.
Hector wants some of those. Yeah. Those are the AOIs right there.
Hmm. Sean Clark says that's a lot of bottles.
Oh yeah.
And Moonshiners is definitely great method. Also check out his Dino method. That's Carlos.
He actually came up with, well, Mike Paletta spoke about a method to get rid of STN a while back on one of his videos on American Reef.
Hmm.
But Andre was also posting something a couple of days ago about a method of getting rid of STN and RTN with witch hazel. So that's something you might want to read on.
I saw him on Reef Bum, and they were talking about using witch hazel. And I'm glad you brought that up because it's something I was going to try and get hold of to have handy. I did lose two corals, two frags to STN just this week, and I pulled them out of the tank right away because the tissue started peeling off.
Yeah.
So I just thought, somebody said if it happens suddenly to a coral, you should take it out because it could spread to other corals. So
Yeah,
that's why I took
apparently
it
it's
out.
a pathogenic bacteria, something like that.
Yeah.
It's what
Yeah.
causes it. So
Yeah.
I, I I can't say it is for a fact because I'm no scientist.
Hmm.
So but it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Um, the Herm has a question. Do the trace elements have a shelf life? Don't they break down in time? Just wondering. NIOS has an expiration date on trace elements, so it makes me wonder.
Yeah, well, at least that one I don't know about those right there, but they're the ones that you use for correction, they're going to go pretty quick.
Hmm.
And the ones that are for daily dosing, which are going to last a lot longer, it's airtight because they come with some kind of, I'm going to show you right here. Use syringes to do the daily dosage on them, but then it comes with this little cap right here where it's
Oh,
airtight.
yeah.
So you stick the syringe in there and then you pull
Hmm.
out the liquid vertically. So I don't think you'll get, the air contamination or something like that.
What a great idea.
Yeah.
Makes sense. It's
And
antiseptic.
this is chromine or something like that.
Yeah.
Chromium. Yeah.
Mr. DKH says those zoas are freaking beautiful, insane.
Yeah, I'll send him some if he wants them. Pay for the shipping. I'll send you a bunch.
There you go. I think I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure Hector has his contact info.
Yeah. They're always on the live with Hector or whatever.
Yep.
If you
Yeah,
want some,
yeah.
let me roll these out. I'll send everybody some.
Cool.
All they
Hey,
need to do is
Pat.
pay for the shipping.
Yeah. Murphy's Aquatics. Nice to see you, Pat. Sean Clark says, when your trace elements start to expire, it's time to upgrade to a bigger tank. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can
Well,
use them up, right?
I don't think I want to go bigger. Not
No.
here.
This
I
is
think I'm good.
this a 250?
No, this was a
180.
180.
180.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a 180.
Yeah.
But
It's
I don't have
chased
room if I
me.
could.
Yeah. I know. This is the dilemma I had with this house. I really wanted to get an 8-foot tank, but it just
Yeah,
wouldn't fit in this room. So
this one is 6 foot. This one's 6 foot by 2 feet wide by 2 feet tall.
yeah, it's a nice size. Really nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
Now,
Well,
once I hit the lotto, if I hit the lotto, I'll get a 500 or maybe 1,000-gallon tank.
yeah.
But that comes with a bigger house too.
Build the house around the tank.
Yeah. I say I would do that. I would build my house
Mm-hmm.
and I would set the tank. Okay, everything is coming around this big tank right here.
Yep. Yep. So many things to think about, though. I mean, even things like, are you going to maintain it yourself or pay somebody to do it? Because if you're going to maintain it yourself, you have to have all the accesses to it. And I really like watching Gallery Aquatica because some of the tanks they do maintenance on, the access into those tanks is really tricky. And
he gets in them. I like
he
that
does.
he gets in them.
Yeah, me too. It's always fun. But you know, but you know what I mean, right? Like you have to seriously think about it. Like, do you want, there's nothing I'd like more than to have a tank that's so tall that you can stand in front of it and you don't see the top or the sides in your peripheral vision. So you feel like you're right in it. But man, there's no way for the average hobbyist to maintain something like that. You know, you'd have to hire somebody.
Yeah, just planting the corals and all that and
Oh
see how
yeah.
they're, everything's gonna, plan out.
And can you imagine something falls off? So if you're like me, it's like, oh, that thing fell off. I can't reach it. It would drive me crazy.
I guess cut your losses, right?
Yeah, exactly. Ask Andrew Sandler how easy it is. Did you ever check out his tank? No, I didn't. But you know what? I have his name written on my sheet of paper right here. Andrew Sandler tank. And I've never looked for it, but I'm gonna do that after the stream's over. Now that you reminded me.
Is that the guy that has a real big kind of like it's a real big tank in his basement or something? And I think he does parties and everything in his house or whatever. If that's the guy he's talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to check it out.
Cube. It's a big cube, but it's probably about 2,000 or 3,000 gallons of water. So it's a real big tank. And like you could stand on the floor and it's the floor level.
Oh, here we go. Algae Warrior says 17,000 gallons, and Cue Ball says yes, that's the guy.
Yep.
But you see, I'm not a social person, so the idea of having parties with a whole bunch of people over to look at my aquarium isn't really something that I would ever do. So I don't know. It would have to be more practical. I can imagine having something that was a lot of, like, had a huge footprint. So like something that was a shape, like a huge C shape or an H shape maybe, so that you could go in along all the sides of it and see all the different things. And yet if you wanted to, you could still get up and reach in the tank to fix stuff and all that kind of thing. Yeah. Matt Greer says he's adding coral now. Oh boy. Oh, Murphy's Aquatics asked if it was fish only. And Matt Greer says he's adding coral. I'm going to have to check this out.
Yeah, he had like 1,000 fish in there.
Wow. Well, David Saxby has, I want to say 800 in his.
I think it's a 3,000 gallon. I think it was.
Yeah, 3,000 gallons.
I was watching a stream with I was watching his live from ReefGrrl today while I was doing maintenance in my tank, and it's a 3,000.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
I think
the way he designed that tank, it's crazy with all the
it
closed loops
is.
and everything.
Oh man, and the plumbing is just nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, Murphy says he doesn't know how he's going to get light to penetrate the tank. Algae Warrior, he buys direct salt from Atlantic. I may have to sit down with my feet up tomorrow and look at this. Skimmers are 8 feet tall. Holy smokes. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, this is looking
It's
really nice, Oscar.
yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I put a lot of pride into cleaning it, and I even cleaned the tank today, like the glass. It
Yeah.
was all full of coralline algae here in the corners, and I scraped it all out real pretty. I said, well,
Yeah.
maybe I'll hop on the live today, so
Yeah, it
I'm
looks
gonna clean it real
nice.
nice.
Yeah. Davis Len Jan 19. Is this video taken under an orange filter? Yeah, you did put a filter on, right, Oscar?
Yeah, I have the yellow and the orange filter on right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I use both of those together, and I find it really hard under the AI light to get the correct, like it always looks really yellow, and it doesn't matter which one of those two I use or both together, it always looks real yellow. So I'm going to have to find a different setting on the light. Marcus Arelis says, I wouldn't do anything that big unless I could get free water from the ocean. Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, you imagine the water changes on that?
Oh, yeah.
It
Yeah.
would probably have to be 2,000 gallons, or if it's the 10%, he said what? How many? 13,000 gallons?
17,000.
17,000. So that would be what? Like 7,000 on the 10% would be what? 7,000 gallons?
10% would be 1,700.
1,700. Okay.
Yep. Yep.
Well,
30% would be
my math is
5,100.
my math is real off. Look at this little guy right here.
Love hawkfish. I can hardly wait to have one again.
Yeah,
But
he's
I'm
always in
not,
the front.
yeah, but I am not putting a hawkfish in a stock tank because I'll never see him. Murphy's Aquatic says, F it, I'm buying a shipping container and converting it. That's the thing to do these days, eh? Yeah,
Oh yeah.
I can see that.
Murphy has a lot of coral, real nice coral.
I
I saw one
know.
the other day on Instagram that somebody's cooking for him.
Oh
And
boy.
oh yeah.
David L says, imagine dosing ChemiClean on 17,000 gallons. A
Five
bunch
gallon
of,
bucket, maybe.
yeah. Marcus, I imagine he would have a bunch of different reactors to reduce water changes. Yeah, I guess there's a classic case of, like public aquariums, do they actually do water changes? Or are they more of a management system, with supplementation when they need it? I don't know. I've never really looked into it.
I think some of them just get water straight from the ocean, to be honest.
Yeah, and a lot of times their location will allow for that. When
I
we,
guess they just filter it out.
yeah, well, yeah, and I mean they have access to equipment that we can't even imagine, I'm sure.
I couldn't even imagine the scale of that, me having a tank that big.
Oh.
I wouldn't know what to do with it.
Well, you know what it's like? My husband and I have talked about this. When we were a lot younger, we wanted the big house, the big 2-story house, 3,000 square feet, lots of rooms, lots of bedrooms, just lots of space. And as we got older and understood how we like to live, we realized we don't need all that and we probably wouldn't want it anymore. So I'm thinking it's kind of the same with an aquarium where you sort of progress through all these stages and then you want bigger because something else comes along that you want to do with it, right? Like in my case, I want bigger so I can let corals grow big, so I can have
Yeah.
big fish, right? But there's a kind of a line that you cross where it almost becomes too much, because then if you look after it yourself, and I mean, a lot of us try to minimize maintenance, maybe not because we don't enjoy it, but to save time or whatever. So even if you had time, would you want to be spending an entire day every week cleaning the glass? Like
Yeah.
stuff like that. On a practical level, You'd have to involve other people in helping you maintain it, I think. Once you get up over 5,000 gallons, I bet it's a whole different story. And then is it fun anymore? You
Yeah,
know?
like Saturdays, I'm down here all day, to be honest, like messing around with the tank and cleaning my pumps, because some people like to keep their pumps uh 2, 4, maybe 1 or 2 months in the tank, and they don't clean them until they don't blow that many, that much current through them.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I like to take my pumps out every week and
Hmm. And
clean
brush
them
them
no
off.
matter
Yep.
what, brush them
Yep.
off.
Yep.
So and not that only, I like to take them out. That way I have a chance to clean the glass too.
Yeah.
Because I, I,
Yeah.
I like to
Yep.
go, all the way to the bottom and scrape off all the algae all the way to the bottom.
Yeah.
Because I
Me
don't like to
too.
see all that algae build up.
I used to love doing the Red Sea tank along the bottom, just because it didn't matter what you did. I tried to pull the sand back from it so it wouldn't accumulate. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It goes right
yeah,
back. Yeah, Sean Clark,
yeah.
fish store, 500 grams of ChemiClean. That's a lot of ChemiClean. Guy on the phone, no, I said 500 gallons of ChemiClean. Dave Lenjan 19. He's asking about trace elements. He must have come in late. How much is it? It is. Do you also test them? If so, how often? Do you want
Yeah,
to?
you have to do an ICP test on those. You just don't want to dose anything that you're not testing for.
Yeah, yeah. And it's the moonshine method that you
Yeah,
use. Yeah, and you can find that if you Google moonshine reef
reef
trace
moonshiners.
elements,
Mhm.
moonshiners. Yeah, you can find it because that's how I found it when I was looking for it. Cool. So many colors. I can hardly wait. Is it ever going to
Yeah,
happen? Really?
it will just yeah. Hey,
Oh man.
everything is in this hobby takes patience. You know
And
that.
and you know what? It's that everything happens for a reason. So I haven't
Yeah,
figured out the reason yet, but there's got to be a reason why it's taking so long. Like why it's just not happening yet. So we'll
yeah.
see.
It's best to be safe, and like I was telling you, that overflow.
Mm,
To me, it just didn't look good when you put your finger and you could see your finger through the
mm-hmm.
silicone. Like
Mm-hmm.
I said, that
Yeah.
doesn't look safe to me.
Nope. Nope. And that's the idea. The person is supposed to come and take it off and then reinstall it properly. So
Yeah,
we'll see. And the builder actually told the fish store guy on the FaceTime, he said, "Oh no, we always do it that way because those are hidden. Nobody ever sees it."
yeah.
I'm
Like mine
going,
right here. You see mine
"Really?
right here.
Yeah,
Mine is
yeah,
external overflow. So,
yep,
but this is acrylic, so it has to bond no matter what,
yeah,
because
yeah,
it kind of fuses together with acrylic. That glue
yep,
that they put on it, it kind of fuses it together like a welding.
yeah,
Like when you weld something, that's what it does.
yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah." That overflow on my tank is external also. Um, it's only about I want to say 9 or 10 inches deep.
yeah. It gives you more room in the inside too, because all you have is that flat glass. I
Yep.
was thinking about at first when I ordered this tank, I was gonna go with internal overflow, but I said, you know what? Do I want to sacrifice all that space
Mhm.
in the tank? You know what? I'm just gonna do an external overflow. That way I can have more space in the tank.
Yeah, and I think it makes a difference with the amount of footprint you have available because if you want a bigger tank, but you like let's say front to back, the maximum you can go is 36 inches. So it makes sense in that case if you want the maximum volume of water to do an internal overflow because then at least you get extra volume on either side of that.
Yeah,
But if you can come out another 6 or 8 inches and add an overflow on the outside, then you gain all that space inside. So that makes a lot of sense. And I mean, where you've got this tank, you've got that space, right?
yeah, Yeah, it is a little away from the wall there, but obviously because of the piping and all that.
Yeah. Yeah, our
But
pipes are going downwards from below the overflow, and um, my husband's building small little kind of cabinets for the controllers, for the jump gyres, and for a couple other power heads I'm going to be putting in.
yeah,
And so, what we realized when we made some measurements is that I had wanted those little cabinets to be fairly wide. So, as long as the door could swing behind the tank, which is where they're going to be located, I thought I had 12 inches of space from the back of the tank to the wall. But I don't, because the first overflow drain goes down 8 inches in from the edge of the tank. So I only have 8 inches. I don't have 12.
yeah,
And the door has to swing. So I actually have less than 8 inches to allow clearance for the door to swing. So we were in here the one day with like little cardboard boxes and trying to figure out whether we're even going to have enough space that I can put the controller for the jump gyre on this little panel box we're making. So we figured out a way to do it, and it'll be interesting to see when it actually happens, how it actually works. But, stuff like that, you don't know till the tank gets here. So
yeah.
maybe this extra month is the time we need to get the proper control panel cabinets put in. Because when I look in the room, I want to see tank. I don't
What
want
about
to
like a
see,
sliding door, like a sliding door that could maybe slide out in and out
yeah,
or something? Is
yeah.
that an option?
Well, we thought of doing that too, because that's what I had on the other tank. And the issue is where the electrical outlet is, like we would have to build something up and above that, and we've got other cords coming down. So yeah, it could end up being something like that because that worked so well. It just might not have a door on it. And I kind of wanted a door on it just to protect it from splashes and stuff like that from the overflow.
Yeah,
So yeah. Yeah, hey Sean Clark. At the end of all this, you'll have a tank that you will love and be proud of. Hang in there. Yeah, thank you. It's so hard, but I just gotta wait. Hey Manny's Aquarium, welcome. Eggboy64. Hey Andy, how's it going? Magnetic stick-on door. Yep,
yeah. It's funny because I got doors for this stand, right? But I don't use
yep,
them.
yep, yeah,
It's like I like to see the equipment,
yep.
so
Well, then you'll know right
I
away if something's going on.
I just keep everything open there.
Yep. And plus air circulation too. It used to get really warm inside the right-hand door of my Red Sea cabinet.
Yeah, right now I have this blocked from the sump, like you said. You don't
Yep.
want any splashing or anything, so I have that board that I kind of build there
Yeah.
for all the equipment, calcium reactors, more pumps, my vortex and the apex, and
Looks good.
yeah, calcium reactor.
What media do you use in your
I'm using
calcium reactor?
the ARM.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it's the extra course.
Yeah. And how's that working out?
It's working pretty good. I mean, I haven't consumed. Well, it hasn't consumed most of it
Hmm.
because I don't have that many acros to where it's. I think the one in the second chamber is the one that's going lower,
Right.
and that's just regular sand is what I have on. But it's a like that extra coarse sand,
Yep. Yep.
so it's real um, thick sand that I have there.
And what's the pH in the second chamber?
The pH, I never tested the effluent coming out, so
Yeah.
I don't know what's the pH coming out of the effluent. Um, but my pH, my regular pH, it stays pretty stable in
Oh,
between 8.1 to 8.3.
yeah.
And when I'm on vacation, like I was last week, I climbed up to 8.4.
Right.
So that not being in the house makes a big difference.
Yeah. Oh, I was thinking with the sand, you're not actually melting the sand. It's just acting as an off-gassing chamber for the CO2,
Yeah,
more so.
that's that's what I think. But I've seen that was completely full to the top, and for some
Mm,
reason is lower. So I'm thinking it's still melting it.
yeah. Oh, I guess if the pH is lower coming in, it would melt. And then by the time it filters through the sand, it's probably equalizing
Yeah.
or normalizing. Drama D, for on the CG0 pump, for those that have one, what hose are you using besides the Python? Drama D, we just use half-inch ID vinyl hose or clear hose that I got on Amazon. I got 100 feet for about 30 bucks, I think. And I bought that 100-foot roll when we started the build project because like you go through hose like crazy, and we've got all kinds of hoses going up to the ceiling and across the room and here and there. Um, so because it comes with different fittings, that's just what we use on it, and it works great. I love it. Love that pump. Hmm.
I love that little guy right there.
That's
That's real
beautiful.
nice.
Beautiful. Are you going to add more Favia to this rock, do you think?
Uh, I'm thinking about it because that dragon soul down there, it's gonna check out. I know it is because this little guy over here is always tossing sand all over the place.
Oh, yeah.
So it's I'm I kind of blew the sand off, and the center was kind of popping up. So I'm thinking that one's gonna check off here in a couple of
Oh,
days. So I don't know. He doesn't bother these over here. It's just that one over there. He likes to throw sand.
is that the
One of these days,
Watchman?
no, this
Watchman.
one is the black cap. That's the black cap basslet.
Oh, I love those fish. And is it aggressive?
It's not aggressive. It's just that he likes to throw sand on top of the corals.
Man, oh man. Oh, good night,
Yeah.
Andrew Hudson. Thanks for coming by. Yeah,
So
you
so
just
I don't know.
you never know, right? You get these fish, and what the heck? The green wrasse used to do that all the time. He'd grab big mouthfuls of sand and just swim around, dumping it on everything. It used to drive me crazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna catch him one of these days, and I'm gonna throw him into some replace him with another fish or something. A little leopard wrasse here.
Beautiful. How many fish have you got in here now?
I got three wrasses. I got the leopard. I got the yellow chorus, and I have the redhead saloon fairy.
That's
I
beautiful.
got yeah, I got the two clownfishes. I got the two tangs and the Midas blenny
Mhm.
and the black cap and the the hawkfish,
Yeah.
flame hawkfish. So I don't know how many I counted there.
It seems like you have a really nice balance of fish in here.
See, I've been balancing my fish with my nutrients is what I've been
Mhm.
doing. So
Yeah.
I add them, and depending on how high my nitrates go and all that, it tells me, well, I guess that's the amount of fish you could have for now.
Yeah.
Right now, my nutrients are stable, so my nitrates around 12 and my phosphates around 0.05.
Hmm.
So I just want to keep them there.
Yep. Yeah, and
And
then
plus, I don't have to
maybe,
feed that much.
yeah, that's true. Well, and maybe as you get more SPS and you need more fish waste in there, and you have the capacity for more bioload, then you can figure out where to go next. Is there a fish you would get next if you could?
Well, I still have two on my checklist that I'm trying to get. One is the mystery wrasse, and the other one is a blue spotted jawfish.
Oh yeah.
So those are two that I still want.
I was reading about the blue spotted jawfish, and one thing that doesn't often get considered is they come from fairly cool water. So for the best kind of longevity, apparently they should be kept in slightly cooler tanks than what we normally do. I mean, I like to keep mine at around 77 to like 77 and a half, something like that.
Yeah, mine
And
is at 70, yeah, 77, 78.
yeah, so you might be able to get away
Yeah.
with it because I was reading that ideally 74 to 76 is good for the blue spotted jawfish. They just live longer.
Yeah. I mean, but it's something I'll read more on it. If it's something, because I'm not just going to go ahead and get it. Okay, yeah, I want it, so I'm going to get it. No,
Yeah,
I'll read on the fish, and
yeah,
you know, if
yeah,
it can't be in a temperature more than 77 degrees, you know, well, that's something
yeah,
I guess I won't go with. It's just like the hippo tang. I love the hippo tang, and I would love to have one, but they like to chomp on your corals, so
yeah.
mostly on zoanthids. So I
And
know that that's a fish that I can't keep. So
yeah, and they get big. People
yeah,
don't understand how big those things can get. Yeah. Oh, hey, multiple aquariums. Thank you. Super chat. Hi, hi. I appreciate that. Yeah.
yeah, and I already did it with this tang. You know, he's gonna be real big,
Yeah.
but
That's a naso tang?
yeah, that's a blonde naso.
That is on my list. And you know, the blonde naso versus the regular naso, I think the blonde can get up to 16 inches, although not likely in an aquarium. And the regular gets up to about 14, or maybe it's 14 for the blonde and the regular's 12. I can't remember, but I know there's a 2 inch difference, and the blonde naso, which is the one I want, gets bigger. And I just decided I can't do it because the tank I'm getting is 5 feet in any direction, and the longest dimension is diagonal. It's around 7 feet. So it's really not big
Yeah,
enough.
and he'll get from this end to this end in a second.
Yeah.
That's how fast they are.
Yeah.
So
Yep. I want a pink tail triggerfish. That's very high on my list.
but I do like wrasses. If I can't have the blue spot jawfish, I know for a fact that I am going to get the mystery wrasse,
Yep.
and uh, and I also like the radiant wrasse. So that's another one
Oh
that I
yeah.
would like to get.
Yeah. Yeah, the
Just
green
chomp on
wrasse
those
is
algae.
still living at the LFS, and he's still bright green, and he's still flipping over all the acans.
Yeah, isn't that one real aggressive? That green wrasse?
It's not aggressive. It's actually kind of a peaceful fish. Like it'll make its presence felt, but it never attacked any fish. But it's really annoying with the coral. It used to flip my Symphilia Buster right upside down looking for food. And
Yeah,
you know, then he's pounding away at the bottom of it, driving the face of the coral into the sand. And he would always, like I said, he'd pick up mouthfuls of sand looking for food and just drop it all over everything. I'm sure he's the reason I almost lost my bubble coral because he would drop sand on it and it would go into the mouth and the bubble coral can't expel it.
yeah,
So, you know, it's just it didn't work out. It was being its natural self, and it just didn't work out with the environment that I had that I wanted to keep. So, but he really, the LFS says he really takes care of the pests that they have. Like when they get wild shipments in, that's the tank that they go in, and he just goes to town.
yeah. I
And
like
I
this
never
guy.
had pests. Yeah, cute. Like they got such character.
He thinks I'm going to feed him. That's all he wants is food. He's a little fatty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw the fox face today, the magnificent fox face I got a couple weeks ago. And oh man, is that fish ever fat. I caught a
Yeah, and that's
brief.
one I want to, but I just know I can't have him because I
Yeah,
like
they're
my zoas more than a fish.
yeah. Yeah, they say that they can do that. I've never seen him go after any corals, but then I don't really get to watch what he does because
Yeah.
all I have is top down and I usually have flow going. If I turn off the flow, he hides. because I think he knows I'm coming to look for him.
I just don't want to take the risk, to be
Yeah.
honest.
Yep, I think that's a smart way to look at it.
Yeah, I can't wait to put these in place because I don't like having frag racks in my tank.
Yeah.
It just takes the whole,
Yep.
nice look of it. And like
And
Mark, Mark says, whoever, he doesn't like people taking a picture of their tanks and having a frag rack because he says it just looks so unnatural and ugly.
yeah. Those
I get it.
and those reefing art frag racks, have you noticed that they collect a lot of detritus right along the top edge between the rack and the glass? I love those. I
Yeah,
love the design of them. Yeah,
so you have
they
to be
get.
careful.
Yep.
Like if you move them
Mm-hmm.
without blowing out the sand, that
Yep.
accumulates. You scratch a glass,
Yep.
and it's
Yep.
already happened to me right here.
Yeah.
I have a long scratch here because I moved it up and I had a grain of sand stuck
Oh.
in
Oh
between
no.
these little, and it
Yeah.
scratched it. So
And the single ones, you have to hold them on the inside while you move the magnet on the outside, because if you don't, they rotate.
they'll flip. Yeah.
And I found that out the hard way. Oh yeah, and somebody made a really good point here. Marcus Aurelius, this is a really good point. I don't know the lifespan of all, but plan for that too. The yellow tang might outlive you. Yeah, look at Phil, reef keeper, with his 25 or 28-year-old clownfish.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. His tank is coming out real nice.
yeah,
Have you seen it on Instagram?
yep.
Where
Maddie's
he already
reef.
has Maddie's Reef. He has a bunch of acros in it already. I think he put a couple of euphyllias in there a
Yep,
couple of
it's
days ago or
beautiful.
whatever.
Yeah. See,
And
and he
yeah, it's
cooked
looking
his
real nice.
rocks. Cooked his
Yeah.
rocks for several months, and that's what I'm hoping I'll get away with, because I still have mine cooking away, and I'm ready to
I have
go.
some rock. I have some rock that's cooking uh, that I had in my 29-gallon upstairs. So
Yeah.
I broke that tank down.
Oh yeah, yeah,
And
because you had
yeah,
aptasia or something.
yeah, I had a bunch of
Yeah.
Aptasia and vermidid snails and all that. So yeah.
Hmm.
But I'm
Yeah.
thinking about getting maybe a little Red Sea reefer or something for upstairs.
Yeah.
Uh, that's a maybe. It's in the plans maybe. So that's why I have that rock there cooking
Yeah.
right now,
Yeah.
just in case. So
I'm just reading the comments. Sean Clark, he thinks I'm going to feed him. More like, brah, you've been walking in front of this tank for an hour. Where's my food?
oh yeah, I might give him some nori here. I'll give him some nori. Let me place my phone here real quick.
Yeah, I'm real happy with how good the sailfin and the purple tang are looking. And I so want to get them in a normal big tank, because I think they're just going to be amazing. They're buddies now, but I'm seeing a lot more tail slapping than I like. And they do push each other around a lot. So once I get those frag racks out of there, at least maybe they'll get a little bit more space to move.
Yeah.
But the sailfin, my God, what a gorgeous fish.
Oh, they're nice, but they get too big. I know I can't have one of them
Yeah.
here. It'll probably
Yeah.
be as bigger in my naso as far as from top to bottom.
Yeah. Yeah, 16 inches in the wild, but probably a foot in an aquarium.
Yeah. I'm already pushing it with this naso. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh,
he's
so
already excited.
do you put the nori in a feeder, or you just put it loose in the tank and they go for it?
No,
Oh yeah,
I
one of those.
yeah, I have this little
Cool.
net.
Yeah.
I just put in this net because I don't want to nori flying
No, it
all
gets stuck to the
around the
power
tank.
heads.
Yeah.
Cool.
Sometimes he rips it out anyway because he just goes so aggressive on it,
Yep.
and
Look,
he pulls it out anyway.
they know what you're doing.
Even my wrasses
Yeah.
eat nori,
And the
believe it or not.
clownfish. I've seen my
Uh,
clownfish eat the stuff.
Yeah, though clownfish don't pay too much of attention to the nori, but this big guy right here, the redhead saloon fairy wrasse, he does.
Yep.
As soon as I put it in there, he's gonna go chomp on it. If the naso gives him a little chance.
Sometimes I think the clownfish just goes after it so nobody else can get it.
Yeah. Let me take out my little DIY net here that I built.
Uh-huh. Yep. I
I
remember
don't
when
want no
you showed
fish.
us that. Yeah.
Want no fish jumping out.
No. That's
Oh
something
well.
else. Something else I got to solve for the new tank is a lid or lids. Figure out what to do with that.
Well, this ain't working yet. Has too much nori here in the tip. I'm surprised Alex G didn't jump in today.
Yeah, he could be busy.
He must be doing something in his big basement.
Always something.
Yeah, now I'm about to lose my headphones here. Battery's almost out, so I might get the other one if you're not going to jump out here anytime soon.
Yeah, no, it's only 10 o'clock.
Yeah, so let me. I don't remember where I put my other headphones. So bear with me here.
Yep.
Let me
Sean
go
Clark,
upstairs real quick.
I lost my mature sailfin a few months after transferred it to my new tank. It just stopped eating, lost a lot of weight. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's always a risk when you change your environment. And it's it's kind of new territory for me. Um, because I don't have a lot of experience with those types of fish. I've always had smaller tanks, and when I had the Red Sea tank, I I had I didn't have any tangs. Well, no, that's not true. I had Tomini tang and the two angelfish. Those were my biggest fish, and the foxface, and then the green wrasse, and then of course the hawkfish and a couple clownfish, Midas blenny, Aurora gobies. So there was a real blend of fish, but I didn't have any of these sort of big, iconic fish that most people have. And so it's new territory for me because I'm still waiting to get a gold rim tang, because the one that I bought didn't make it through quarantine. So I'm waiting to get another one, hopefully. And it's possible that I could be putting 4 tangs in at once: the purple, the sailfin, the Tomini, and hopefully the gold rim if I can get it. So it's
I'm
all
putting my hands in the tank again
oh no.
because, yeah.
Oh, interesting. Daniel B says he has to feed his sailfin tang veggie pellets. He won't touch a nori clip. Yeah, mine wouldn't at first. They would kind of swim by it, and I think the fact it was flipping around, it they didn't like it. And I don't know which one took a bite first, but as soon as one of them took a bite, then both of them understood what it was, and they went crazy.
Yeah, he's probably afraid of it. That's what it is.
Yep. Let's put you back up full screen here.
If I could fetch the little clip. See, he went too aggressive on it, and he knocked it out.
Hmm.
Let's see now. See, now I gotta clean my tank again. Clean the glass on it.
I don't think my mouse is working. I'm trying to put you up full screen, but oh, I'm gonna mute my mic. Yeah, my mouse isn't working. Let me just shut it off and turn it on. Okay. Sorry for the noise.
Oh, you're fine.
I have to get a wired mouse out of the desk here. Go around back and plug it in. Here we go. Shut the wireless mouse off. Yeah, I could see it moving around the screen, but it wasn't doing anything. All right, there we go.
All right.
Now we got you up on the screen. Yeah, Sean Clark. Cross my fingers that everyone gets along. Has anyone tried the mastic algae food that sticks to the glass? Yes, I tried it. It's on that little peg, right? It's like a little sort of spool, and you take the cap off, you put the ring on, and then you put the cap back on. And I think I even have a video about that because it got eaten by snails, by Nassarius snails. The fish they really weren't interested in it. And I think I ended up sending it to somebody. It might have been Death Mage, maybe. Remember Death Mage, Oscar?
No, not really.
No, that's going way back. And now there's is it NP pellets? It's not mastic, but it's a different manufacturing. Maybe it's from Sarah, and that stuff they really like.
Yeah.
So yeah, it does stick to the glass, and I think I saw it. Metro Cat was using it.
Some people, a lot of people using it for like copper bands.
Oh yeah.
To feed copper bands.
Yeah.
They seem to like it.
There they go.
That's another fish I'd like, but to be honest, I don't think I could have it. One, I'm not going to go through the 4 or 5 just to get one that's going to live.
Yeah, I agree.
And two, I like my acans. So
I want pyramid butterfly fish, and I thought I could get 3 or 5. So because they hang in a group, apparently, if you have multiples. But I've read enough times that they seem fine, and then one day they just go to town and they start ripping away at anything that has a fluffy polyp. And I like my cinerinas way too much. I'm not going to take a chance.
yeah. And see that's something that when we were beginning, as far as new reefers or whatever, we wouldn't take into consideration what fish we could put in the tank.
Yep.
Whether it's going to kill himself with another fish, or as far as being compatible, or whether it's going to chomp on your corals. We were like, okay, I like that fish. I'm going to put it in my tank. That's it.
Yep.
And I think I've grown to learn that even though you like this fish, you just can't have every fish you want.
No, and I figure when I reach the point in my life where maybe I can't manage a reef tank anymore, because I'm not getting any younger, then maybe that's when I'll go all fish, because and maybe softies, right? And then that would open up a whole new variety of fish that I could get. I could get, a humma humma trigger fish, and some of the butterfly fish that I like, and things like that, right? Some angel fish.
Angelfish. I like the angels, especially the one that Hector has. He has a cherub pygmy angel.
Yep.
Ask him about it.
It's beautiful. I know, but they're evil.
Yeah. He moved it. He had him in his 40-gallon and started picking on his corals, and he just put them in another tank.
Man, yep. And they say you stand a better chance of avoiding trouble if you keep them well fed. But I don't know. To me, that's not a good trade-off when you look at what we're trying to do to balance nutrients.
Yeah.
So I don't know. All you can do is do your research, understand what sort of a risk it is, and then decide whether you're willing to take the risk.
Exactly.
Like hawkfish. Remember CJ? He always used to claim his hawkfish murdered his shrimp. And I'm
Was
not
it the
so
hawkfish
sure.
or no? I think it was the wrasses that he bought. It's what
I
happened.
I thought he said
They,
the hawkfish, but maybe he changed or understood differently. But I've had several hawkfish. I've never seen them go after anything. They mind their own business. They swim
yeah,
around, they perch on things. I've never seen them actually approach any other fish or invertebrate, you know?
yeah. You could probably look it up because it was kind of some of his last video that he had. So it might be towards the end, towards the end of the videos that he made. Because after that, after they killed the shrimp, I think he maybe made 2 or 3 more videos, maybe after
Yeah.
that. And
Yep.
then his tank started going downhill, and I
Yep.
guess he decided not to. Then he has a lot of fish loss, and
Yeah. And then he got a motorcycle. And
yeah,
I think he was really enjoying that. He started a channel with um, like rides on his motorcycle, and I tried to watch. I couldn't watch because he's like wearing a GoPro or something like that.
yeah,
And I just found like motorcycles really scare me, and I found I couldn't watch it. I
you can
was
see this
thinking,
little guy right here. I'm probably getting you dizzy.
no, no, no.
He,
I do it all the
he,
time.
he likes to hang out on top of the
Yeah,
algae bed.
yeah.
He
Like they
stands
just
right there.
Yeah, they just sit on things and look at you. I love those guys. Sean Clark, I was thinking about a Heniocus, but I've never kept one. Like Insane said, I don't want to go through 4 or 5 to keep one. Yeah, that's like the Moorish idol, Heniocus, with the big dorsal fin or dorsal flag that goes up above them, black and white.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
they love polyps.
they're beautiful fish. Yeah. Algae Warrior says my pygmy angel's name is Tweak. So far, he's being good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Oh, hey,
saw I
Daniel
saw a
B.
post. Algae Warrior he put a post today on. I think it was today on Instagram.
Yes.
With something he had some bubble algae. He was
Yep.
saying they were spawning or something like that.
Yep. Yep. You could see the little cloud. I totally believe it. It looked
I
like
have some bubble algae.
particularly it looked like particularly healthy bubble algae. So,
Yeah, I have some here and there, and I have. I'm gonna show you the good and the bad. I have a couple of patches of little hair algae and all that.
Yeah.
But I also, every time I'm gonna do something in the tank, I wait maybe a week or two, and then I put my hands in the tank and I do everything that I'm
Hmm.
gonna do that day in the tank. So if I'm
Yeah.
gonna get some empty snail shells out of there, I make it a point to get some hair algae out the tank and all that. And
Yep.
I've learned to keep my hands out of the tank more ever
Yeah.
since.
Yeah, I
But
I agree. And I think that's what I've been doing with the sump system. And I find I'm not as motivated because I can't see anything unless I shut off all the flow. So once a day I shut off all the flow and just make sure that nothing's been knocked over or, pushed under a rock or under an arch or something like that to where it can't get light. And I basically just check into it and make sure it's all okay. And I
yeah,
really try not to put my hands in.
see,
If I do, I put gloves on, and that's when I pull a lot of hair algae out. Oh yeah.
you see,
Wow. Yeah.
these are all the snail shells I got out today, dead snails.
Wow.
So, yeah, I had them all in this corner. I said, you know what? I'm gonna take them out today, clean the
Yep.
glass, rip out a little bit of hair algae. Because sometimes you have to do it. Just don't rely on your fish and your cleanup crew. Yeah, they're going to do a lot of it, but you also have to help out every now and then.
Well, and it's a matter of what you want to look at too. Like I always, if I get a lot of dead snail shells, it just bothers me because it doesn't look healthy, if you know what I mean. So a lot of times what I'll do is just put them behind the rocks out of sight so that if I get a particularly large hermit crab or whatever, at least it can find it.
Yeah, I
But
kept a couple of empty ones around there just in case, big ones, because
yeah,
I know they're going to move around and grow.
yep,
Those I might give it maybe a citric acid bath or something. I don't know if that's a safe way to do that, just to clean them out real good, and maybe I'll save them,
yeah,
and if I see, hermits that are getting a little bit big for their show, I'll
yep.
just maybe toss one in there so he could, switch over.
Yeah, because let me tell you, it's not easy to buy hermit crab shells when you start noticing dead hermit crabs because they've climbed out of their shell and couldn't get into another one. I've seen this happen once or twice. And you try to buy them and they're hard to find.
Yeah. But I don't know. I've been noticing, and my magnesium isn't high to where, my snails are going to be dying. They could still move. I see them moving.
Yeah,
So
yep,
I know that's not a factor.
yeah,
Maybe it's the hermits. Maybe it's those new snails I bought a couple of weeks ago. Because some snails could kill your other snails, believe it or not.
yeah. Oh, yeah,
So some are predatory snails. So
yep,
that's one. I don't know if you could see it,
yep,
that long one that kind of
yep.
looks like
It kind of
a
looks like a
Masseria.
conch.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it kind of looks like a con.
it's got that spiral at the end, and that's a predatory snail, you think?
No, I don't know. I'm
Oh,
just saying. Sometimes I see them attached to other snails. I don't know if they're trying to clean the algae off, or I don't know if they're
oh,
trying to cook.
right. Yeah,
So
yeah, I know what you mean.
it could be a possibility.
Hey, that's one thing. The snails that I had in the observation tank had afros of algae, but they don't anymore. Not with two tangs in there.
Yeah, eat, buddy.
There he
There you go.
goes.
You see his streamers.
Yeah, he's nice and fat.
Yeah, he got skinny the first 2 or 3 weeks, um, because he doesn't like mysis shrimp
Oh,
for some reason. So I do, when I feed them, I have to add a little bit of brine shrimp because that's the only thing he likes.
hmm,
It's brine shrimp and those algae clips,
yeah,
you know. But he is fat. He's getting fat. So something might be the algae around the rocks and all that he's chomping on during the
yeah,
day or whatever.
yeah.
Look at this guy.
I've been putting about half a sheet of the seaweed every other day for the two tangs, and uh, I think I have to because there is no algae in that tank anymore. There's nothing for them to eat, and even moving rocks over from the sump system because there was quite an algae problem in there, but that's even starting to subside. So I no longer have smaller rocks with coral on that I can move over for them to chew on. So
Yeah.
I have to make sure that I give them something.
Yeah, I only feed him maybe twice a week, some nori,
Yeah.
because I don't want my phosphate to, skyrocket on me or anything.
Yeah,
And
I've
plus,
read
I've
that.
noticed that if you feed them too much nori, they get lazy and they eat that algae and they ignore your rocks. So
Yeah.
I kind of train them. I'm okay if you don't chomp on those rocks, you're not getting any algae. So I
Yeah.
want to kind of train them. I don't know if that's a thing or not, to where they can learn.
I'm sure they can. I mean, look at these guys hanging around the front because they see you, right? So they get to know signals, what means what.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that might as Lenny. That's his little cave in there. That rock.
Hmm.
It has a deep enough hole to where he gets in there and he just looks out. he peeks out.
It's so cute. I remember Elvis and the barnacle. Man, oh man, he would dive in there and turn around, and then he would just sit there and look at you. I want that again.
Hey, they have a lot of personality, those little Midas blenny.
Yep. Yeah, I will definitely get another one. And a hawkfish. Oh, we lost Oscar. Maybe came unplugged or his battery died. I'll see if he comes back in or if anybody else pops in. What have we got here? Yeah, everybody in the chat talking about algae warriors smoking bubble algae. Daniel B, I read tank temp shortens lifespan of certain snails. They live in cooler water. Yeah, I've read that specifically about margarita snails. You know, the little tiny ones that are like, you know, the size of your thumbnail. And I had one that was at least 5 years old before it inevitably died. And it went from, oh, there's Oscar again. It went through several tanks and somehow survived. There we go.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Switch up the camera here.
We lost you there.
I probably hit a button by mistake or something.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to navigate around.
Yeah, there we go.
So when you buy your corals, Oscar, do you mostly buy online or do you like to buy in person?
I don't have many options over here to buy coral, so I had to buy everything online.
Oh yeah.
And I do have an LFS. He's probably about an hour away, but it's, to me, it doesn't seem trusty.
Oh,
because
that's
he
too
doesn't
bad.
keep his tanks as clean as I would want them to be. So I'm
Yeah.
a little, skeptical about that. I'm real picky as far as what I buy, where I buy it.
Yep.
I normally try to get things from a trusted source to where I know they're not going to have any pests. So
Yeah. Yep. You're always, I mean, you might as well start as clean as you can, right?
yeah. Even though I always dip my coral anyway, because why not?
Oh yeah. Well, look at that thing I got off of the coral last week there. I don't know if you saw the live stream. I was showing everybody. I don't know if did I keep that? Oh, I know what it was. It was a video file. This was a
Was
coral.
it on the Sunday live stream? Was it?
I can't remember. Oh, geez, now I just reduced everything here. Okay, where did you guys go? I gotta find you again. There, you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, geez, sorry. I did that to myself. Was it this one? Let me see if it was this one. Yeah, this one.
I dipped an Acropora because I spotted some bite marks on the tissue near the base. I was expecting Acropora eating flatworms. I was not expecting this. It's big. This thing is probably almost ½ inch long. And it is moving because it was on the bottom when I took the coral to rinse the dip off. Now the coral may die because I used iodine, reef dip, but yeah, this thing came off. So I hope this is the culprit because it does look like some sort of a flatworm. And maybe I got lucky and it's not AEFW. This coral's back in the tank, so I'm gonna have to keep an eye on it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So that was a bit of a surprise, and it was because I spotted the little bite marks on the base of it. There was nothing on any other coral, just this one, and where it was encrusting over the frag plug, there was a little gap. And like usually when they encrust and they base out, they're right against the frag plug, right? But this
Mhm.
thing, there was this tiny gap between the coral skeleton and the plug.
In the
And so
plugs,
I'm
yeah.
sure it was hiding in there.
So he's probably
And
been there for a while then, like for that to
yep,
grow kind of like
y-
in between him to where he can maybe
yep,
get through in between. So
yeah, yeah.
my,
So I'm keeping an eye on it. And like I said, I started this frag tank today, and I'm going to be getting all of those frags out of there. So, well, we'll see. We'll see what happens with it. But it's the observation tank. It's not the main system. It's intended to be almost like a quarantine tank for corals, inverts, whatever. I'm not putting anything directly into the new system until I've observed it for a good long time to make sure there's nothing wrong with it.
yeah, that's what I'm considering on doing. Maybe getting a little 10-gallon tank or something. I
Yeah,
don't know
yeah,
because I want to go to Rap Chicago in
yeah,
October.
right.
So I just don't trust corals that I get from Rap from every
Yeah,
single vendor. You know,
yep, yep.
I don't know what's their quarantine regimen,
Mm-hmm.
uh, if they even dip their corals or because you kind of think of it, they take those corals and those shows or whatever, and they could get rid of them. There's no way you could track them and say, well, this coral that you sold me, it had
Uh-huh.
flatworms or anything. How can you get
Yeah.
in touch with them? You know what I mean? So
Yeah, you can't prove it.
yeah, my reef bright's turned off, so that's why you can see it's kind of looks purplish now. So
Yeah.
hopefully you can see the green on that tort.
Oh yeah. Looks nice. Marcus Aerolis was fiddling around with a sulfur reactor. Oh, lost 82 snails. Tested everything and nitrate was up. Got more snails later on, lower numbers, and the new are still alive. Trocus snails. Wow.
Yeah, and those are the good ones. Those are the ones that
Mm.
flip over by themselves.
Yeah.
I need to get a couple of those
Yeah.
because I
Especially
like to
with
keep up on my cleanup crew.
yeah, especially with wrasses.
You can
Do you
see the
ever
lights.
oh
Go ahead. I'm
yeah.
sorry. Go ahead. I'm
Oh,
sorry, Cindy.
I just wondered if you ever saw your wrasses go after snails.
They look at them, especially the yellow chorus or the yellow wrasse. Apparently, that's not a chorus. I was seeing a video the other day, and apparently, the what they call the yellow chorus wrasse isn't uh, uh, a chorus wrasse.
Oh,
and
really?
and it was somebody on the I don't know if you heard of Reef Beef,
Yep.
that podcast that they have going on YouTube.
Yep.
It was somebody that was in that stream that he is an expert on wrasses, and apparently that's not a chorus wrasse.
Well, is a chorus okay? Are chorus wrasses members of the family Halicaries? Because the green wrasse that I had was Halicaries chloropterus, and I always understood that the yellow wrasse was Halicaries, whatever the yellow wrasse name is.
Yes, something
Um,
like that. I wouldn't know what to tell you, to be honest.
but there's another yellow wrasse that's similar, and it has a white bottom called the silver belly
That's the silver belly. It's yeah.
that people also confuse with that. The chorus wrasse has the two black spots on its dorsal fin, I think.
Yeah, this one has one.
Oh yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is just one. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not an
So
expert on wrasses.
yeah,
I
yeah.
all I can tell you is the one wrasse that I ever had is a beautiful fish, but I hated that fish. Such a troublemaker.
Yeah, so what I was gonna say is he gets close to them and observes them and
Right.
kind of swims away. So I don't know. I guess maybe if they flip over, just as being opportunistic, he
Yeah.
might do something.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen him directly attack a snail. To like go, hey, I'm gonna flip you over and I'm gonna eat you. No,
Yeah. Yeah.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, not like a triggerfish or some of the other fish that are dangerous to those inverts. they would actually go after it, flip it over, and go for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing about that I always enjoyed watching the green wrasse was that thing was constantly on the move and it was constantly looking. Like you could see its eyes moving, always looking, looking, looking. And it
Yeah.
would even like it would kind of hover above places and you could see it actually looking. And
Yeah.
it's just fascinating.
That's what he does. He does that all the time. He's always swinging around, looking in the rocks, pecking at the rocks. I guess they're eating like copepods or something.
Yep, probably.
And I found out that I do have, because I thought I didn't have, even though I added, but I know that they were still alive. And I made a video on Instagram the other day, and I was, filming this frag rack here, and they were just moving around and talking to each other. I'm assuming that's what they do,
Yeah,
because they go up to each other and kind of like
yeah,
communicate, and then they go somewhere else, and then they come back. I'm
yeah.
assuming that they're talking to each other. So I saw them. I'm like, well, I guess I do have copepods.
Uh-huh.
So, when I saw my leopard wrasse, he was always swimming around the rocks and looking directly and kind of pecking at the rock.
Hmm.
I just thought he was eating something else, but they might be copepods in here. So
Yeah, and there's so many crevices and everything. I mean, we can't possibly see them all. And when I used to see a lot of them was after dark with a flashlight.
and the
Because
thing is,
then,
it's because they say, okay, you add copepods, but then you have to start feeding phyto, because if not, their population, they won't,
yeah,
repopulate unless
yeah.
you feed them. So I think that's just a myth. I think they could breed and populate no matter what.
Well, and some types of copepods aren't phytodependent. I know that. Like rotifers, for example, I think they need phyto, but others up the chain, they eat other crustaceans and they process detritus. So they feed on really small amounts of food that's in detritus.
Okay.
And when you get algae on the glass, like in my sump, when I had pods in my sump in the Red Sea tank, they were always on the algae that was on the glass. And I'm sure they were eating it. So, I'm sure there's varied food sources because they probably wouldn't be able to survive too long in the ocean if they weren't adaptable to that. But I'm pretty sure it's rotifers that absolutely require phyto. And of course, they're the kind of the bottom of the food chain when it comes to
Yeah.
those crustaceans.
I was real excited when I saw them. I'm like, oh, look at this. Because I've never, especially in this tank to where it's so big. I mean, you can't just look at the rock and the sand and you can see them walking around. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So just
Yeah,
by seeing them in between that frag rack, I was like, well, okay, that's
that's the,
something
you know
new.
what, that's the thing, right? When you think back, and most of us had nanos when we started or smaller tanks. The life that was in those things. And we were doing all that without even realizing what we were doing. We didn't know what we were doing when we started, and yet the stuff that grew in there. And sometimes I think it's because we really didn't know how to test for nutrients, how to keep the water clean, how important it was to keep those levels at a reasonable level. We didn't know any of that stuff. We just kind of did things, and then you do a little bit more reading and research. And I mean, I'm going back 10 years ago. There really wasn't much in the way of information on YouTube when it comes to reef keeping. There's just forums, right?
Yeah.
And so, I mean, in spite of ourselves, we were able to grow a lot of life in those tanks. And now with the bigger tanks, I agree with you, it does become a lot harder to spot that.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember learning all this, and 'cause believe it or not, I've just been doing SPS for what, maybe a year
Yeah,
and a half, maybe
yep, yep.
since I started this tank. Well, maybe I started upstairs in the 29 gallon. A couple of frags like this pink lemonade I had upstairs.
Hmm.
Um, this tricolor uh, that survived on me, that one was upstairs. But
Hmm.
it was around that big when it was upstairs, and I brought it down here, and then it grew down here.
Yeah,
The blue tort, I brought it from upstairs, and that little Millie down here. that little Millie right there, I brought it from upstairs. I say
Yeah.
downstairs? From upstairs. And
Yeah.
I think that's it. And the PC Rainbow that I lost, but that was about it. Oh, and the slime ball and that core down there.
Yeah.
I brought it from upstairs, but that's about it. And like a couple of years back, I was never able to keep any SPS. Every type of SPS that I would put in the tank, it just bleach out on me, and I had no idea why.
Yep.
And it's because they say, okay, SPS need highlighting or whatever. So I would assume, well, I could just put it up there because it likes highlight and it bleach
Yeah.
out,
Yeah.
and that's it. And well, you want to say anything else? Because I think I'm gonna have to leave because I just got my battery notice, so my phone is about to die here.
No, this is great. I'm really glad you dropped in, and it's awesome to see how good everything looks. And you know, sorry about the losses, but you know, I think you'll come roaring back because you got
Yeah.
it. You got it with whatever you're doing with those trace elements or your husbandry in general. The polyps on those SPS are just crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Yep.
wish you could see it real up close to where you could just be standing where I'm standing because
Yeah.
you could see it even better.
Yep.
You know,
Nice.
especially this
All
one
right.
right here. So I'm gonna
Princess.
thank you. I'm gonna thank you, Cindy, for letting me in, and I really do enjoy coming in here every chance that I can get.
Nice.
And yeah, do you need
Cool.
to say something else?
Well, no, this is good. And thanks, Oscar. I appreciate the time you spent here. It's cool.
All right. Well, I'm still keeping the chat here. If I could get my other phone until if you want to bring somebody else in.
All right.
All
Cool.
right. Thank you, Cindy.
Thanks, Oscar. Good night.
All right. Good night.
So if anyone else is in the chat or listening and would like to stop in, there's space. There's just me. And or if you want to ask any questions or discuss anything, maybe we're Marcus Aerolis and Sean Clark are talking about sulfur, which we got into sulfur a little bit last week. And I did end up Googling sulfur cycle, but I was so tired I fell asleep. So I never got any farther than that. And then I got busy and I never took it any further. And it's for nitrate control. So yeah, I think. But the sulfur cycle itself is something different, and I have to look into that. Anyway, what else can I tell you? Let's see if I got any more pictures. I showed you the notches, my frag tank. Yeah. Yeah, so as far as that goes, if you dropped in later on, I don't really have an update on the tank other than to say the 1 month that I gave them to fix it is 30% gone now. And I don't know. I still don't have faith that it's actually going to be done because I don't know if they've sent the glass out to be polished for the Euro bracing and the armored seams. I don't know if they've looked at flights and done any booking and decided who they're sending. I know none of this. Today's the 11th. And I wish I could say that, yep, I'm confident I can just wait. I can try, but I've spent 7 months waiting with no information on anything that was going on. And then you all saw what I got when I got here after 7 months of waiting and no contact with them. So, I shouldn't say no contact, very little contact. And what there wasn't useful. Oh, geez. Marcus Aerolis is talking about making his own sulfur media. It's really dangerous, so he doesn't like telling people. That's like Fish of Hex had a video where he adapted a Dremel so that he could use it underwater. I didn't see the video. I've just heard him talk about it. And people were bugging him to show them how he did that so that they could do it. And he consulted a lawyer who said, no, don't do it. So that's why he never shared it, because then someone would come back and sue him if they hurt themselves. Daniel B. Sorry about your tank order. I also was burned on a 220 gallon from Oceanic. Yeah. I've run a business. I've been in customer service. I don't get it. It still baffles me why it happened the way it happened. And I might never know, but we'll see. All I can do is keep an open mind. And I kind of feel better that I've made the decision that if he doesn't come through for me the way he promised, I will go to another builder and just go through the waiting period again. Get a refund, because yeah, that's part of the deal. I do want to keep the stand if I can, because although the platform is higher than I want it, it'll still work. I just have to keep a step stool handy to get up on it and see what happens. I'm going ahead and buying things as if, yep, I'm going ahead and there's going to be a tank. For example, I bought the 23-inch coral gripper tongs that MaxSpec just came out with one of my orders for some stuff from Reef Supplies here in Canada. By the way, Reef Supplies, if you've never ordered online from them, you're in Canada, service is great. And I can't believe how fast they can fulfill an order that goes in on a Wednesday. It's here by Friday. And I've never been let down by them. Earlier on, when there were problems in the post office, they were having problems with parcels, things getting broken and stuff like that. But I think now most of the time they use FedEx instead of Canada Post, so they don't have those problems anymore. So yeah. Oh, Oscar got his other phone. Oh, hey, Scotty Damron. Couldn't make it to the stream till now, and I hate I missed everything. Oh, well, I always leave the replay up, so hopefully you can check that out. We were just talking about, Oscar was in here for quite a while showing his tank. We had Cue Ball's Reef in here. Cue Ball's had a massive fish die off a while back. And I guess now is as good a time as any to say again, there won't be a stream next Saturday, because it's my father-in-law's 90th birthday, and there's going to be a big family outdoor party. Well, big, maybe 30 people. Whatever the law is, it'll be within it, depending on what happens with cases with this pandemic in the next week or so, if the government does anything. But yeah, that'll be next Saturday, so there won't be a stream next week. And then I have to look at my calendar. That's the 18th. I have a feeling the following weekend, so therefore the next live stream will be, it'll be the 26th, which is a Sunday. That'll be the global one. So no stream next Saturday. The next one after this will be the 26th, which is a Sunday. Who else we got here? Gotta go. Have a great night, everyone. Hey, Algae Warrior, thanks for stopping by. And which test kit do you use for potassium? I use the Salifert kit. And when I was having doubts about the readings, because one day it was 320, the next day it was 380, which was impossible given the amount of potassium that I had put in. And besides which, you're supposed to go up maximum 50 per day, and I was only going up 20 per day just so that I could slow it down, like make it more gradual. So I thought at that time, I wonder if there's something wrong with the test kit. The expiry is into 2023. I think it's May of 2023. So I looked into getting a different brand. And the only other brand I could find that's available here in Canada was from Fauna Marin, who makes the potassium supplement I'm using, the K, Elementals K. And the test kit itself is available from one place that I could find, and it's $50. So the Salifert one was like half that much or less, $22 maybe. So I'm just going to stick with the Salifert, and I'm going to assume the problem I had with the results is testing error. Because the way you have to do it, excuse me, the way it works is you put your sample in the vial, you add 50, like half a milliliter of a reagent, and you have to swirl it for 20 seconds, makes the water cloudy, and then you put 3 drops of a second reagent in. You don't have to do anything with it. Then you start adding drops one at a time of the third reagent. It's a milky white solution that you're making, and you count the number of drops you add of this blue reagent. When the milky white turns blue, however many drops that is, tells you your potassium level. So the fewer drops you add, the higher the level. So 10 is 400. So the other day I had 9, which is 410 in one of the tanks. And I was all the way up to 19, which was 310 in the first test that I did. And then the next day, the test results didn't make any sense given what they were the day before and what I had added as a potassium supplement. So I noticed the next time I did the tests, I swirled it a bit more, and the milky solution kind of got up a little bit higher on the outside of the vial, or the inside of the vial. And that stuff is really chalky and it sticks. So I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, okay, like, is maybe this why the test results were variable? Because the volume of whatever that is now stuck to the side of the vial. So when I put the drops in, I'm not necessarily exposing it to all of the solution. You know what I mean? So I have a feeling that I maybe tested inconsistently, and that contributed to the differences that I was seeing in the test results. That's the Salifert test. And so that's what made me want to try a different type of test. And when I ran across the fauna marin one, because we don't have Elos or Nios here, I mean, I could have got Elos from the UK, but I don't want to spend $100 to get another test. I mean, that's just ridiculous. If anything, I would have bought a second Salifert test just to compare the two. But I just noticed this, the variability in swirling in the little vial, because that solution sticks to the sides. So if you get a little too enthusiastic with the swirling, you know, and it's like an inch up the side of the vial and it's sticking there, I mean, I could see it making a difference. I don't know, maybe it doesn't, but yeah. Let me see. Oscar. I always look forward to the streams on a Saturday evening because I don't go out much anymore. Yeah. Yeah, not many people do. It's crazy, man. Canada Post owns more than 50% of Purelator. Yep. Skookum Chuck. Hey, Skookum Chuck. Yes, they do. And Purelator is another one that's, I just don't, then, yeah. I don't know. If you look at the number 275 or 276, would you think it was 275? I don't know. When I read numbers, I read them, and I don't drop the parcel off at the wrong address. So, yeah. Sounds like quite the party. Yeah, Johnny Martinez is true. Insane Reefer, your tank looks great. I remember when you were just starting your reef and the great rock work. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yes, Salifert is easy. Red Sea is the most complicated. That's what Oscar was just saying. Yeah, and I couldn't even find a Red Sea potassium test available here. Sean Clark uses Elos, and it was very subjective. Yeah. Mine was 9 drops. Yeah, 9 is 410, I think. Yeah. Hey, Billy Pipes. Oh my God. There's a voice from the past. How's it going, Billy? Oh, Insane Reefer uses a magnetic stir. I have one of those. It's not the one you can buy now that's made for the purpose. It's one that was made for a different scientific purpose that you actually have to hang on to the vial as it stirs around because it jumps all over the place. I did a video on this. Like, is this a time-saving gadget or a waste of money or something like that? It's quite a while ago. And I even did like a countdown in the video of how long it took to do manually versus how long the test took with the magnetic stir. And it was about half. It was about half as long. I think the regular test only took maybe just over 5 minutes. And with a stir it was 2 minutes and something. But that was kind of fun. Any word from the builder on when they're coming to make repairs? No, that's what I was just saying. 1/3 of the time that I gave them has gone by. I put my foot down and I said, I don't care really what happens between now and then. I don't care if it takes 2 weeks to do the glass. I don't care if the guy that's coming has to do something, I don't care. I don't care what happens. It would be nice to hear that flights have been booked, but I don't care when, because think of all the stuff that can go wrong. So if it's not done in that month, the deal is off. And that's how I'm approaching it, because this can drag on just like the 7 months did. And it's not acceptable. So one way or another, at the beginning of October, I will either be getting my money back for this tank and shipping it back at their expense, or I will be bringing that tank into the house because it will have been fixed. So if I end up shipping it back, getting my money back, then I will start the process all over again with a different builder. And there aren't a lot of choices here when it comes to having a custom tank made. So, because when you start looking, like researching it, a lot of the companies that say they do custom tank work, they work with one of the builders. So there's only 2 in Canada that I know of, maybe 1 in Quebec that just started. So there's not much choice, and I will just have to get in line with everybody else. Yeah, it is a disgrace. I look at my corals and I just imagine the fox coral. The thing is massive. When it's fully open, it's probably over a foot across in any direction. It doesn't have the color it should have, but I think that's partially lighting. And when I remember how beautiful that thing was when it was only, the size of a cantaloupe, that's kind of one of the things that keeps me going, because I want to see what that thing looks like right in the middle of a wide open space where it can get as big as it wants. And it started as kind of, the skeleton was a little bit of a V shape, and now it's a sinuous, like that's the way they grow. They zigzag, and now it's probably 8 or 9 inches from one end to the other. So then when the polyps come out, the thing is just huge. So every time I get discouraged, I just think, man, but I want to see what that thing actually looks like when it's in its proper environment and not sitting at the bottom of a stock tank. So yeah, I got to keep going. Let me check my email. Maybe somebody sent me an email asking for the link and I missed it. So anybody have any more questions? I've still had a lot of comments, a lot of views, and chats with people this past week about the disappointed video. And it's universal that it was just a really bad job. And when I think about making the compromise of allowing them to come and fix it, that's really just so that if they can fix it, and do a job that I think is going to be secure and safe, to where I feel I can bring it in the house and put water in it, because I want the LFS guys to come here and inspect it when it's done before bringing it in the house. I can save myself a lot of time if I'm willing to make that compromise. And also the thickness of the glass. It's only 1/2 inch. It was supposed to have been 5/8, but the 1/2 inch is safe. It has a safety factor of somewhere around 6, and 3 is good. So I'm confident that the 1/2 inch glass is not going to be an issue. But it bugs me that that's what I asked for, and he went ahead and decided, or that's not what I asked for, rather. And he went ahead and decided that's what I was going to get. So, so many things have happened, and really waiting this extra month isn't for his benefit. It's for my benefit, because I look at it as doing everything I can to cooperate and make it work. And this is a firm deadline. This is it. I am not waiting any longer. I'm not waiting 1 day longer, because I can just imagine all the excuses for why they can't get here. There are no flights. There are no flights at the right time. I can't get someone to come then. Like, there's so many things that could happen. So if he made the promise if he assumed when he made the promise that I was just going to sit and wait longer, no, not going to happen. Not this time. 7 months is long enough. 8 months, actually. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I will be thrilled and delighted if it all works out and this tank comes in the house. I won't be surprised if it has to go back. So, Hey, good night, Johnny Martinez. Thanks for coming by. My human battery needs a recharge. Yeah. I've got up quite early a couple days this week. And yeah, I'm starting to feel it now. Maldium, how are you? Hey, Mom, it's been a long time no see. I'm working, so I came to say hi and give you thanks, Maldium. Oh, man, I hope you and the kids are doing well, and the snakes. And I hope you weren't badly affected by Ida and all the flooding. And man, oh man, that's been a bad one. Damon, yeah, 8 months is definitely long enough. Somebody said I could have had a baby in that time. So true. This is like my baby, only my baby's 39 years old and she has a baby. I don't know if you guys were here last week when I showed you the picture from the wedding of the boy. Here he is helping. I think a lot of you guys were here when I showed this last week. Yeah. We get to go there tomorrow for a visit for supper, and almost a Reef Savvy tank wait. Yeah, but the thing is, when you wait for a Reef Savvy tank, you get an absolutely beautiful job, and you know it. And somebody said this guy makes nice tanks, and that's why they haven't fussed about waiting for it. I'm not seeing that, so I can't say that. And I honestly think even if he does come through and it does work out, if someone asked me if I could recommend him, I couldn't, not given what I've been through. If they know all of that and make a decision that, okay, they'll do it, that's up to them. But I would never be able to, in good conscience, recommend anyone putting themselves through this. It's just too hard. It was crazy up in New York, yeah. By the way, lost power for a day during Ida. Lost half my reef and 2 fish. Oh man, that's too bad. So when are you going to do an update on YouTube, Meldium? Have you done any recently? I'm super far behind on that because of the new notification system. I don't check it as often as I should, and I only see so many. And I have to think, oh, I'm going to check so-and-so's channel and see what's new. And then I find out there's 15 videos I haven't seen. Yeah, I used to be able to keep right up with them when I got emails, and I would just go through and click on the link in the email and then delete it and then go to the next one. Can't do that anymore. Procrastinators scramble and make excuses. Well-intentioned people do. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I mean, I'm not a trained project manager, but I've done enough sort of, how can I put this? We've done enough things that I have experience and I understand what you have to consider. Like let's take planning a vacation. You have to figure out what you have to consider when you're planning a vacation and put all those little pieces together so it's successful. And that doesn't include booking your flights at the last minute or assuming that the hotel will have a room when you show up. And this is kind of the same thing. I mean, I'm feeling almost like maybe he just made the promise and he figures that if he's not done in the month, oh, well, I'll wait. But like I said, I'm not. And this is it. This is the final chance. So we'll see. Johnny Martinez, insane reefer. I want to be able to set up an aquarium like yours when I grow up. Yeah. Yeah, no kidding, eh? It's true. You can do it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Mel, because you got little kids on the scene, right? I mean, they're not so little anymore, I imagine. Hey, it's DC Reefer. DC, why don't you pop in the stream and show us your tanks with the lights out? I know you got it going on. Good night, Meldium. Thanks for coming by, and thanks for the best wishes. I hope it goes well. After all, I have a hydros I got to get out of the box. I have the lights to get set up as far as having access to the app so that I can program them when the time comes. Sure, what's the link? Oh, can you send me an email, DC? ReefGrrl@gmail.com, and I'll send you out the link. I don't think I can put it in the chat. I might be able to. Let me try. This is dangerous. Oh, no, that's not it. I just pasted the last thing that I had on my clipboard, and it was the description for the live stream tonight. Yeah, if you send me a quick email, I will send you out that link. So DC, you've got, is it a 200, 220 and a 25, or a 250 and a 25? I can't remember. Okay. All right. So what else can I tell you? Did I miss the lighting stream? Oh, Sean, I do have a video on the lights. Is that what you mean? It's called Not Your Average Reef Tank Lighting System, Facing Challenges in a Big Reef Tank Build. And the thumbnail says, let's get lit. Okay. There's the thing from DC. And of course it didn't save. I'm just grabbing the link. Let's get this handled. There we go. Okay, I sent it. Cool. Yeah, the the lighting. Yeah, I'm sitting right under it. Had things gone differently, I would have been sitting over there with the tank behind me, even if it didn't have anything in it yet. That was the plan. I'm just checking here if there's anything else I can show you guys. Well, here's a picture of what it looks like. This is a picture that I took when we first hung the lights and turned them on to see what they looked like. And you can see all the wires hanging down. So if you watch that video on Not Your Average Reef Tank Lighting System, you'll see what we did to manage all of these cables. And yeah, it turned out pretty good. I'm like happy with it. And here's what it looks like in the daytime. This is when we first got started. And those channels down the wall are for cable management for the cables that come down from the canopy. And that's those 2 coils of white wire there. They're connected to power bars. There are extra long cords on them. And then they go in those channels and down the wall. And this is behind the tank. And then there's a face plate that goes on the front of those channels that covers the wire. And it can be removed just using screws. Like it's only screwed on. So if we have to remove it, we can. So, and there's DC.
Hey,
Look who it is.
how's it
Oh
going?
my God.
This is my first time on your stream. Okay, let me show you. Actually, just
Sorry,
come up out of
DC.
town.
I had to turn on my streamer thing.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, so I'm actually just coming home from a funeral, a homegoing. My aunt passed.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, you know. But we coming from about 3 hours away, Virginia.
Oh boy.
As soon as I got home, I started working on the tank.
Yeah, of course.
Of course, so I'm trying to do daily vlogs.
Yeah.
I missed today because of the funeral.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to because I do something with the tank every day. I'm pretty sure everybody else does also. So I could be recording me filling up the ATL. But so I had to put some more water on the reservoir because it was low.
Yeah. How long were you gone for the funeral?
All day. I meant to do it before I left, but we left so early in the morning.
Oh.
So I forgot to do it, but I'm doing it now. So, but this is the and the one thing I noticed, or I'm doing now is putting a pump because it can't fit in there. Because when I pour it just by my hand, I spill water everywhere. So
I know, right? Yeah.
so I just got this little Kobo pump and stick this in it and
Yep.
fill it up. Because my wife don't like me spilling water on the floor. But yeah, this is a look at the 200.
200. I couldn't remember what it was. I thought it started with a 2.
Yeah, this is the 200 Innovative Marine Peninsula EXT 200
Beautiful.
gallon.
Beautiful, beautiful. They make such beautiful tanks.
They really do. Do they ship in Canada? Where you at?
We can get them in Canada, but it is really hard to get a store to take your money and order one. And I have a feeling it's because their policy for damage during shipping, it's really, really hard to get your money back when that happens. The way they run their insurance or whatever it is, maybe that was just an excuse. But yeah, I tried and tried and tried to get them to take my money years ago. Remember when the 160 and the 180 were available? And I wanted a 160. And at that time, they were only like maybe $1,800. Anyway, and I couldn't get any store to take my money up front to even order one for me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. It's unfortunate because I really like their quality.
Yeah.
And the stands, that really kind of sold me with
the aluminum. The aluminum? Yeah.
yes.
Yep, I
And it's
agree.
stylish too. So hold on
Yep.
1 second, Rico. Yes.
Yeah. Hey, Daniel B, the size tank with the issues, it's 60 by 66 by 21. It calculates at 360 gallons. And that was the tank I ordered for my sort of ultimate, I want a new tank and this is what I'm getting. Diacanthus, yeah, look at the troll glasses do need to come out because I don't think we have had DC Reefer on here before.
So, sorry about that. My son.
That's okay.
So
So,
go ahead.
so this is the 25 then?
Yeah, this is the 25. Excuse the janky light stand right now. But what happened was I sold 3 of my XR15s
Mm-hmm.
and mounts. So I actually plan on putting this. I bought a projector mount. And
Okay.
so for like projectors for like screen TVs,
Yeah.
I'm gonna basically mount it on the wall and then just it hang over like that.
Yeah.
So I found that's a cheaper. Cause my wife didn't want no more hanging lights from the ceiling
Right.
because I'm hanging the canopy. She didn't want both of them hanging, so I
Yeah.
ordered that off of Amazon today.
Oh,
But
cool.
this is a 25. This tank was it was initially a freshwater tank. So the Innovative Marine Nouveau Black was a series that came out,
Yeah.
and it wasn't drilled. It was just a tank. So this is actually the Innovative Marine 25.
Mm-hmm.
And what I did was I drilled it and added this eShops
Oh, okay.
and drilled that side too. So I
Yep.
connected it all. If you guys can see that.
Nice. Yep.
So what happened was they discontinued these tanks,
Mm-hmm.
and my LFS had one like sitting in storage almost. It was doing nothing. I bought it for like $89.
Oh my God, you're kidding.
Yeah.
Because the Nuvo 40 that I bought, I ordered new, and it was like almost $800 by the time it got here.
Wow.
And that doesn't include a stand.
Wow.
That's how it's exchange. It's exchange and shipping.
So
It's crazy.
so
Crazy, man.
just to say, if I was to buy a tank and cross the border to would I be able to bring it across the border?
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that my husband and I looked at when we were talking about getting another tank, the big one, and then he surprised me for my birthday. But one of the things we thought about was getting a trailer and buying it at a store in Buffalo,
Yeah.
because at the time, well, and this is probably 6 months before. This is probably like the previous summer to when he got me that tank.
Okay.
Because like I said, you couldn't get anybody to take your money. And now, of course, they all carry them.
Yeah.
I think they're starting to realize, yeah, there is a market in Canada. And but back then it was really, really hard. Yeah, and somebody said I got to get the troll glasses out because I don't remember if you've ever actually been on a stream here.
I haven't been on the stream live, but I always
Yeah,
chat.
you're in the chat. Okay.
Uh,
So we got a troll question, and this is just, everybody knows you, but we got to do the glasses and the troll question. I'm the troll, and I'm going to ask you a question, okay?
okay. Shoot.
Okay, so here's the glasses,
Okay.
and then you answer the question. It's not hard or anything. It's just, well, it might be hard. Anyway, so if you think back in all your years of keeping a reef tank and think about the most frustrating thing that ever happened, what did you learn from it?
I would say all my years. I would say recently. When it comes to stability,
Mm,
um, I hadn't. I always go with like a BRS recommended or what kind of like the people recommend that says work is bulletproof, tried and true.
yep.
Um, I didn't do my homework on the Tunzi Nano ATO.
Oh, yeah.
I just figured that it's a Tunzi. It's it works. So when I set up the school tank and my wife tank, both all in ones, nano tanks, I use both the Tunzi nano because the price point, I was like, it was $100.
Yep.
The name brand, it was Tunzi, and I figured that, hey, Tunzi, is pretty good at everything.
Yeah.
Those two tanks failed me miserable because those two ATOs was not consistent. They always get stuck off.
Uh-huh.
And it really hit me hard this time with the wife tank with I had an Innovative Marine 20 gallon, which is empty now.
Yeah.
I used that and I had some nice corals in there, like Gold Torch, and it was really doing good. I had SPS in there. And when I went on vacation, not just on vacation, but just periodically, I would have to go in there and kind of like mess with it to get it to work. Like it got stuck on the off position. It would not fill the tank back up. And that caused very high salinity.
Oh, yeah.
So that was a bummer. And, and I posted it and just to see what the post was. And a lot of people said that, hey, that thing's failed on me too. It's not consistent.
Yeah.
It's not as good as the 3155 or their bigger model.
Yep.
So that's a lesson I learned.
Yep. I had the same thing happen with mine. And what I do now is I regularly stick my finger under there and flick the little float. Okay. And if I can't feel it moving, I take the sensor off and I just take it apart and clean it. Because what happens is, those little tiny snails that are pointy on top and like they're real small.
Okay.
And they proliferate, they crawl up in there and they stop that float from moving. So it sticks on from that. And or sticks off, like it stopped, it won't move. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And the 3155 has the optical sensor that acts as a backup, right?
Yes. So the 3155 is okay. So the float valve actually shuts. Well, it sends an alarm, and I have it right here.
Okay. Yeah.
It sends an alarm to saying it's too high.
Yeah.
And the optical sensor, I'm telling you, this thing works flawlessly so far.
Yeah.
So I'm really happy with that. I'm actually feeling it now. You can see the light.
Yep.
But yeah, that was like I said, that was a lesson that I can't necessarily say it was my fault. It was more so like I was going off the name brand and I really didn't do my research. So in that sense, it is my fault. I didn't do my full homework, but yeah, that kind of took down two tanks. So
oh boy, man, oh man. Well, it's sharing stories like this is how we all learn, right?
Yeah, hopefully nobody make that. And I'm not bashing the Tunzi.
No. Yeah, I get it.
But I just don't want nobody else to go through that because that's one parameter that you cannot have out of whack.
Nope. I had a 1.2 gallon Pico, and all the house sitter had to do was pour a little cup of RO water in the back every other day, and she forgot. And that thing melted everything that was in there by the time we got back. Yep.
It sucks. I mean, even the most hardiest corals just can't survive that high salinity.
No.
I mean, my thing was at 1.038.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's high.
Yeah, and I just kept because every time even the school tank, so I would come to the school, I couldn't come as consistently. So it got to a point where I put a really big reservoir in the school tank, at least 30 gallons. So I was like, that may give me a good month, even if I make it, I could at least, it wasn't nothing but zinnias and anemones in it. The school really didn't care too much about corals. They just like the fish and the movement. Yeah. And I would come there and the water was low. I would get like a video every other week saying the water was low. And I'm like, man, I put a Tunzi ATO in there. I'm just like, what's going on? Come to find out, it's that. I hate to be the guy to get the bad review, but
Yeah.
Don't want nobody else to go through that.
It's just a design flaw. And personally, I think you know how it's made of two parts and it has that clear cap that
Mhm.
snaps on over the float? I think
Yes.
that clear cap needs to be bigger
Yes.
because the float will move whether it's got the cap part on it or not, if you know what I mean. Like
Hmm.
the float moves as long as there's nothing blocking it.
Right.
So if there was more space between the float and the walls of that thing,
Hmm.
now I don't know if that would affect how it senses movement. You know,
Okay.
like maybe the sensor wouldn't work unless it's in contact with the sides. I don't know. But anyway.
Yeah, but I know the cap comes off. It's an option to take it off and just have the float. I mean, just sitting there. But like you said, it may mess up with the how it's designed.
I never even thought of that. Maybe I'll try that because I still run it on the observation tank. But like I
Okay.
said, I look in the back like every day because I can
Yeah.
see the water level just to make sure it's not. As long as I can see the water from the angle where I'm looking, I know it's working. If I can't see water, I know it's not working.
And you know what? I said cat remove, and I never tried it. Like I'm not even taking my own advice. So I have two, and I'm really because I think it's a I first of all I spend my money, so I really want to
Yeah.
I really
Yeah.
want to use it. But second of all, I just feel it's a good well built
Yep.
ATO. It don't feel flimsy or anything like that.
Yep.
But it's just that inconsistency. I just could not. I
Yeah.
could not bear it no more. And I was just like, I was actually considering doing like a float valve and kind of trying to suspend some type of water in the,
Hmm.
gravity.
Yeah.
I just couldn't figure it out with a underground something like this.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. It's hard.
yeah. So that was, if that's my troll question, that was the biggest lesson learned. Like, keep it, if you don't keep no parameter stable, keep your salinity stable, the salinity and temperature,
Yep.
and then you can work on everything else like the alkalinity and calcium
Yeah.
like that.
Exactly. Well, and the thing is, salinity and temperature, those are the ones that sneak up on you
Mm-hmm.
because you assume that they're all okay.
Yeah.
And there isn't a visible sign when things start to go wrong that you go, oh, geez, I wonder if it's too cold or too hot in there,
Right.
you
Right.
know?
And I think having a this, to me, this is like the best tool ever. And this is a promotion to Hannah, if I could find it. I'm gonna promote them. I can't find it, but it's the salinity checker, like
Yeah.
that Hannah, the one you could just drop in and it gives you that digital read.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have it right here. This thing,
Him.
I bought two of these things,
Yeah.
and I bought two of them because I couldn't find it. And when I was moving, I finally found it, so I got two. But this, if I could, and I'm not in the advice business, but if I can give you any type of recommendation, advice, get one of these, get two of these,
Yeah.
one for your QT and one for your display, because this thing works flawless. It's so easy to calibrate.
Hmm.
Um, it comes with like maybe about 5 packages, and I just ordered like from BRS like a 25 pack. So I plan on calibrating it every other
Yeah.
week
Yeah.
or every month. But this thing is a godsend, really, because salinity. I'm be honest with you, that's something that's like the basics, but I've really struggled with salinity in the
Yeah.
past few years.
Yeah. And yet the 90-gallon holding tank that I was running to keep the reef in while it was at my daughter's house,
Hmm.
to top off that tank, I calculated evaporation over like a 48-hour period.
Hmm.
And then I set up a little plant watering thing. And every 2 hours, it would put so many milliliters of water into the tank. So
Nice.
it was timed based on evaporation. But I mean, I had a line on the tank. So I knew that if it got below that line, that it wasn't keeping up. So I was able to monitor it that way. And the plant watering pump had a manual setting on it, so I was able to just push a button and add more water.
Okay.
But there was no floats, no sensors, no nothing. It was strictly calculated on evaporation. And because it was in a room it had a door, it did have ventilation, like heating and air conditioning, but there weren't a lot of people going by. It wasn't like in an area where there was air blowing on it. So the evaporation was pretty consistent and it worked really, really well. And the salinity in that tank was always rock solid. So, I've just gotten in the habit of checking it, and I still just use a refractometer. Pain in the neck as that is.
So you don't have an salinity checker?
I have the API salinity thing that the salinity pinpoint that you can't calibrate. I did a video on that. I have the Poseidon pen that I can't trust because I put it in 2 times, 5 minutes apart, and it's different, even after I calibrated. I haven't found one I can trust. I have the Hannah temperature checker. I love that thing. So maybe I'll put it on a Christmas list and get someone finally give somebody something they can get me for Christmas.
That would be my Christmas gift to you. I will send you one.
Yeah.
And I have no sponsorship, no. I'm telling you, I bought a lot of things. I bought a lot of tech, Apex. I mean, everything.
Yeah.
This the most for everything. Like, so when I get new fish, I check salinity.
Yep.
See what water they came
Oh
in.
yeah, you have to because they keep it low a lot of times if it's a fish only system. Yep.
It's so helpful. I promise you, it'll make your life. And this one I could trust. Like, I could test it every time. I'm getting the same results.
Yeah.
Because I have more water volume, I'll say I have a good, let's just say 250 gallons of water. It keeps my parameters in check because it doesn't get out of whack.
Yeah.
So I truly think that's more of a game changer than any. I haven't tried the nitrate checker yet.
I have it. I love it.
You have it. You love it.
I just got it and started using it, and I absolutely love that you get a number.
Yeah.
You don't have to guess a color. What was today? Today I checked it and it was 16.9.
Okay.
A week ago it was 20.6. A week before that I was in Salifert land and it was 10, 10, 10, 10. But it wasn't 10 because you can't tell from those. You can't tell.
Yeah.
But honestly, now I feel like I can manage it properly because I actually know what the number is. So the high range, oh yeah, I have the low range as well. And I don't mind it. There's a lot of steps, but once you do it 2 or 3 times, you don't have to look at the little book.
Okay.
And I had to use that when I started up the system because it went for quite a while after it was cycled with no nutrients. And I wanted to move the reef into it. So I had to get some nitrate and phosphate in there because it would have been quite a shock if I moved it into a sterile environment. And so it took about 2 weeks of dosing nitrate and phosphate to get it where I needed it. But that's when the low range nitrate came in handy because it finally started showing some nitrate.
Gotcha.
So it was useful.
You're active dosing nitrates and phosphates?
Pardon?
You say you're dosing nitrates and phosphates?
I'm not right now because I'm trying to manage them to keep them at an appropriate level. But when I first started that system, I had to get nitrate and phosphate in there because I was moving the contents of my reef from the holding tank into the system. And I didn't want to shock everything by putting it in zero nutrient.
Gotcha.
So that's when I dose nitrate and phosphate to get it. I use the Fauna Marin Elementals.
Okay.
And stuff's really concentrated. It goes a long way. and it worked really well. So yeah.
That fundamental, you have to like one part of the solution, then like RO water.
No, this stuff is in the elementals is in I think a 1 liter bottle, or like 1,000 milliliters. What is that? 16 ounces.
Okay.
And you just pour out. So it tells you per every 26, or I can't remember if it's 26 gallons or 50 gallons of water, 1 milliliter of the supplement will increase the nitrate or phosphate by whatever.
Okay.
So I had roughly 265 gallons. So for 250, it was like times 5.
Gotcha.
Per 50. Yeah, it must have been 50 gallons. Anyway, it was really easy to calculate, and you could figure out exactly if I wanted to raise it by 5, I knew exactly how much to put in.
Okay.
Yeah, so that worked really, really well.
Interesting. I like your mindset on that. I think I'm going to get the high range checker. I guess Hannah probably like smiling from ear to ear right now. We like boosting all their products.
Yeah, hashtag not sponsored. Isn't it a drag that you have to say that now?
Oh, right. Like we're being
Like, man, oh man.
I've never been sponsored for anything, right? And this is like maybe my 8th innovative marine tank.
Yep.
And I never even asked for a sponsorship, and I'm just a firm believer in if it's a good product, about it,
Yeah.
It's to me, I'm a big believer in, everybody succeeding. Like it broke my heart when I saw how disappointed you were with your tank when it arrived, to wait so long. I want to say you said 7 months to wait and not get it to your specification. Really, it tore me up because I was mad for you. I felt like she didn't have to settle. Like we work hard for our money. They didn't send you that tank for free. You pay for it. So it's like,
yep.
I wish, like, I was like, man, I wish I could just send Cindy I know you want a bigger tank, but I almost wish that they did custom tanks because their craftsmanship is so good.
Yeah.
And you just get so much for your buck. You just so.
Yeah, it is what it is right now. And like I said before, at the end of this month, I'll know I'm either going to be bringing that tank into the house because they'll have fixed it, or I'll be starting all over again. And somebody in the chat mentioned Miracles Aquariums. Yeah, Miracles is in, it's about 3 or 4 hours from where I live. And the reason we didn't go with them initially, we did get a quote. And yeah, it was more money, but not a lot more. But they couldn't make the stand I wanted with the platforms. And also the the tank that the builder I went with included shipping in his quote. And with Miracles, you pretty much have to get it, like when they say it's ready, it goes in their warehouse and you have to make the arrangements to ship it and everything else. So it was just a little bit of, I didn't quite know how that was going to work. So I went with the other one because I did the research. I looked for reviews and I found one from 15 years ago where somebody said that there was the holes that were drilled for the overflow were chipped, and there were pictures. Nowhere did anybody say anything like what happened to me. But since then, a couple people have said, don't feel bad, you're not the only one. And I'm thinking, okay, then why isn't anybody talking about this? Because if I'd run across that, I wouldn't have gone with the guy if I'd known, right?
So now that you say that, I feel guilty not writing a review because with like good and bad reviews, I believe you should write both.
Yeah.
But
yep.
I just got on this YouTube channel and just told, hey, if it's a good product, I would tell you about it vocally. But now I'm rethinking that, like, I should write a review saying this product is good. That way if it's bad, somebody can read exactly what I experienced. So
Yep.
it kind of changed my mind on like reviews, because I'm always a review reader.
Yep.
I got a guilty. If I'm being honest, I always try to look for the, just to justify it in my mind. I look for the good stuff, and
Uh-huh.
but
I'm the same way. I don't think it's I've spent a lot of time in customer service. It's not right to say only bad. You also have to point out the good. And for the Tunzi 3152, what I would say is be prepared to clean the float frequently because it will stick. The other thing that happens with those is the pump fails after a while. So I bought an extra one. It
yeah,
was like, I don't know, $15 and it's in a drawer. So if that pump fails, because it hasn't yet, I'm ready to swap it out, right? So that's the kind of stuff you find out when you read reviews. Then you can decide, you can think, and that's what I'm saying about this guy. The fish store said, yep, he's not great with communicating. Okay. And he does take a longer time to build tanks, but their longer time was 8 to 12 weeks, not 7 months, 30 weeks, essentially.
yeah.
So, had I known that the quality of the work would be so poor, I wouldn't have gone that way, because add all those three things together, but no one said that this kind of quality is what you got in the end. Nobody said that. So when I'm done with all this, my information will be out there so somebody can decide for themselves. Even if he does make it right for me, that's fine. But I went through a whole lot
Yeah,
to reach that point that I shouldn't have had to, right? So
I agree 100%.
you know,
So me just asking, did he see your video?
I have no idea, and I haven't tried to hide it or
Right,
anything. But I can't. I'm not going to stay silent until it's all done,
right,
because that way, if anybody else is in progress, you know, it's easy to figure out who it was without me saying the company name.
right,
When all of this is over, then I will say the company name and it'll be out there so that if somebody's looking to do some research as to whether to use this guy or not, they'll be able to find my information, and then they can decide, like, am I just being a princess? Am I being unfair? Should I have been, I don't know, some way different? Should I have been on the phone every day? Because that's not me.
Yeah.
And somebody said, oh, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, you should have phoned every week. and
Hate that.
and and you know what, the last job that I had, well, not the last job because I work from home, but I quit a job, a good job, because in in international tax, that was when I worked in Toronto for 8 years. And because my boss would actually humiliate me by constantly, it was like being poked with a sharp stick. Is this done yet? Is this done yet? Is this done yet? She'd be bugging me all the time. And it was demoralizing and I hated it. And I will never do that to anybody. I will trust them to do the job they say they're going to do. And if I am not the type of person that I'm going to hound them for it, because that was done to me and it was awful. So, that's kind of an explanation for why I will never, ever, ever humiliate anybody the way I was humiliated on a regular basis by this person, because it was not a good thing. It affected my health. And in the end, because of the kind of person I am, I did the work on time and it was the best quality work. And in the end, I left. So, that's the only thing I could do to handle it.
And to me, you was more than accommodating and fair, because you gave them that 7 month. So in your mind, you're thinking that they're gonna tie all the loose ends up,
Hmm.
and you really did them a justice by not putting pressure, on them, because
Hmm.
we're in a different climate with COVID. Who knows
Yep.
how
I know.
that
Yep.
their,
Yep.
their production slow down. So you was being more than gracious enough by not hounding them and let them take their time, because this is your, I assume this is your 10-year tank at least. And you want it to be right. Even if this tank would have came with flaws, for me, I would complain, but it's not my forever tank. It's not even my forever home. Me and my wife have bigger plans.
Yeah.
But I mean, if I'm getting a tank of that size, I want everything. I mean, all the bells and whistles that I want. Like, I pay for it. This is what I want.
Yeah.
And I'm not selling. I think it was a couple people in your comments saying, you know, kind of like, can you work around it? Can you notch out your own holes and stuff like that? And I was thinking, like, I understand, because it's been 7 months. You want your tank up. You ready to get this thing rocking. But it's like, that's too big of a tank to not have it exactly how you
Yeah.
in it and what you pay for it. And that's the most important thing. Like, you gave them compensation. Like, this is not a free tank,
I know, right? Well, somebody in the chat is saying the question is, how cheap was it? I'd expect to pay a pretty penny, but if it was like 1,500, I'd expect that quality. Yeah, it was $8,500.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that money was part of my inheritance from my mom
Oh,
that I set aside because I knew someday I would hope to have a chance to get a bigger tank. And so I set aside a bunch of that money, and that's what everything is coming out of. So,
I'm sorry, has your mom passed?
yeah, that was 2018.
Okay, so
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah,
But that even holds more of a sentimental
yeah,
to you, because I'm not sure if your mom, knew about your hobby, but even if that's just more added, that it should be perfect, because
yeah,
that right there, the funds, it's going to kind of remind you of your mom, like almost like this tank is a
yeah,
reminder of your mom. So it's a lot of, to me. I know you're not going to settle for it. The type of person you seem like, you're very precise
yep.
and attention to detail person. So I'm not even worried about it. But just the people that's out there that was in the comment section saying that, kind of like, you can work around it, or nah.
Yeah.
This is
Well,
not a sprint.
the thing is that I had the option of shipping the whole works back right away, and that's tank and stand, by the way, for everything. I had the option of shipping the whole works back right away, and I had the option of shipping it back, having them fix it, and then having them ship it back to me, which I didn't want to do because it's risky. Every time you move a tank like this, that's 2 more times the thing has to be handled and put on a train. So no, that wasn't going to work. As far as sending it back and starting over, the LFS owner was here with the guy, along with the guy that I usually deal with, and he inspected the tank itself and said it was sound and it was a good job. And it did look nice. The tank itself, it was just missing the bottom Euro brace and the armored seams. I was concerned that they couldn't add them afterwards, and he said no, because the way he's done the silicone, it's really, and it was really tidy inside, and that white stuff was underneath the front. I don't know if you remember that. What that was is that there's black vinyl or some kind of flocked cloth, like it's like a velvety type thing that's glued to plywood, and it's attached to the tank. So the tank comes on 3/4 inch plywood with a black lining between the glass and the wood. So it's meant to be brought in and set down. You don't have to do anything else with it. The white stuff along the front, he said it's probably some sort of the adhesive was not fully flattened out, and it got on the top of the black vinyl. So, but it's stuck. Like you can, it is stuck there. It's not coming apart. That'll get covered up. That's cosmetic. I don't expect flawless. I'm okay with cosmetic issues. Where I worry is structural, and that overflow is what worried me the most because it was so bad. So the LFS guy said it could be taken off and then reinstalled properly. Because of the way the silicone was done inside the tank, the Euro braces can be added and the armored seams can be added. And they've done it many, many times. They've had to do it in tanks, in show tanks in their store. So I accepted his 30 years of experience, and I'm willing to trust that they've given me the right information. So thinking of that, it made sense to give it a try. So one more month, the guy said, okay, so what's your time frame? I said, a month. Can you do it in a month? And he said, yes. So that's where that came from.
Okay.
And because I knew 2 weeks was unreasonable, I was trying to be reasonable. And honestly, I'm not out to put anybody out of business by paying who knows how much to ship something back and forth, back and forth. It's going to cost them to send somebody here, but it'll still be cheaper than shipping it back and then shipping it back again. So there was all of that too. And this is my attempt to just see if we can salvage this. I believe the LFS when they say the tank is good. I believe them when they say the braces can be applied and have a good job done, have it be safe. And I believe when they say they can take the overflow off and put it back on again, like they're not doing it. And so we'll see if it happens, because 30% of the time has gone by that I gave them, and I still haven't heard that there's been any flights booked, or, like they were talking like they still hadn't sent the glass out to be polished. So I have my doubts that he's actually going to be able to do it. And that's where I was saying a bit ago about how he probably just thinks I'll keep waiting.
Yeah.
So I've reached the limit of my tolerance, and this is going to be it. And so I may have to start all over again with the other builder, which is Miracles, and get my money back. And it'll be enough to cover the quote that they gave us. It's just that they couldn't do the stand that I wanted with the platforms.
Gotcha.
So yeah.
I I think my initial comment on that video were, and I know you're not gonna do no name droppings, but I just almost swore that was Custom Aquariums.
Yeah.
Because I was I know King of DIY Joey, he uses them in his gallery, and I saw one for myself at an LFS,
Mm-hmm.
and I was just looking at it, Peninsula tank caught my eye, and I said, oh man. So I looked at it, and the silicone was looking it looked like my 5-year-old that I just gave juice to.
Yeah.
Silicone all in it, black, and it wasn't smoothed out. I said,
Yeah, I know, right?
They didn't finish it, so I don't expect you to name drop them. But my first thought, and I'm name dropping today, was Custom Aquarium. I said, man, they had to jack Cindy tank up like that.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you a rumor that I heard is that, and this is pure speculation. I can't even remember where I heard it. So like, take this for complete, utter speculative gossip. That one of the reasons my stuff was delayed was because Joey put in a big order for a bunch of big tanks, 180s, and he got his done.
Wow.
But and the other thing that apparently happened was that the builder had a tank fall on his leg, and he was off work for a few weeks, and the tank shattered. And so the LFS guy told me this, and I went, oh my God, I hope he's okay. And he said, yeah, it was like 600 pounds or something. And I'm going, well, my tank weighs 600 pounds.
Wow.
So I didn't know if it was my tank that fell on his leg and shattered, so he had to start all over again. That was in April, right around the time when he should have been finishing the tank. So who knows, right? Like,
sounds like somebody played the sympathy card on you.
I don't know. Yeah.
Wow. But yeah, that was my first thought. I mean, I was like, put one and one together. And this is like, I had nothing against Custom Aquarium at all. I have no dog in this fight. But when I saw that at LFS, I thought to myself, somebody messed this tank up, and for them to produce a tank like that, send it to LFS, and not tidy up, because I do maintenance. I've been doing maintenance for well over 15 years, and just caulking a bathroom tub,
Uh-huh.
you have to smooth that out with your finger, or now they have little applications, but I always use my finger.
Yeah.
And if I've seen a tech put caulk on the bathroom tub and not smooth it out, and it just looked like a bead of caulk.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just the sloppiest, most unprofessional,
Mm-hmm.
laziest thing you could ever do. And that guy got chewed out. And when I thought about that, I said, that has to be custom aquariums. When I saw the video, I said, that's custom aquariums. I knew it. Now if I'm right, you can send me a little email, Cindy, but I'll wait for your video, your follow-up video.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it wasn't custom aquariums.
Okay.
But I don't know if they even send stuff to Canada. Although for something like what Joey did,
Yeah.
they probably would, because of the type of job that it is. They would probably make exceptions, and maybe that might have been before shipping and exchange was so ridiculous. I don't know.
So sorry, customer
Yeah.
aquariums, if you guys are gonna watch this replay or watching.
Yeah.
I apologize, but the tank that I saw looked terrible. So
Yeah.
have to do better than that. But maybe that was just a one-off.
Yeah. Well, and the LFS, I mean, this is a chain store, and it's the owner of this particular branch that was here and, told me that they could do it, blah, blah, blah. They buy like this chain brand, like this chain company, all the stores buy a lot of aquariums from this guy, store aquariums.
Wow.
And they got a shipment in just, I don't know, in the spring sometime in March. And no, maybe it was earlier. I can't remember. But when they started unloading it, what had happened was the load had shifted in transit, and about half the tanks were cracked.
Oh.
So they had to send them back. But they've worked with this guy for years. And I'm sure that the standard that they need in an LFS is just that it has to hold water. It doesn't really have to be anything special. And I know that my expectation was along the lines of my beautiful Red Sea tank.
Mm-hmm.
And Innovative Marine. They make such beautifully finished tanks.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I was expecting, because I thought I was getting work from a craftsman. And, who knew, right? Who knew? So we'll see what happens.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, and the guys in the chat are all talking about the glass. And it has crossed my mind, and depending what happens, I may bring this up. But if it turns out that they can't complete this tank, well, no, actually, if it turns out that they do complete this tank, then I have to figure out whether I'm going to ask for the difference as a refund for the 1/2-inch glass versus the 5/8, because I paid for 5/8. It was quoted on 5/8, and I got half. And my theory is he spent so much money on the stand that he tried to find other ways to save money. He said he consulted with custom aquariums about whether this type of tank, the dimensions of it, would be safe with 1/2-inch glass. And because it's only 21 inches tall, it's fine. And Pat Murphy found a calculator for me that generates a safety factor. And when you plug in all of the dimensions and everything, the safety factor is about 6, somewhere around 6, 5.9 something. And 3 is meant to be a good safety factor. So anything above 3 and you're good. So with the 1/2-inch glass and the dimensions, it generates just under 6. So I'm not worried about that it's not going to be safe. But I am thinking, if I end up keeping it, if they do come through and fix it, I need to get a refund for the difference in the cost of the glass, because it's not 5/8, it's 1/2-inch. So yeah.
So long. Like, they should credit you something,
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yep, that's DC. Salt Creek in Orlando. Man, what a mess, Cindy. What a terrible experience to go through. Chris Morin, no excuse. Yeah. Chili Will says, is that DC? How's it going? Love how the new setup is looking.
Thank you, Chili. Yeah, hey, to all my people on YouTube, I apologize. I'm really heavy on Instagram, so if you want to see updates of any of these things I got going on,
Yep.
just go to my Instagram. I have nothing against YouTube, but it's so much easier for me
It
to
is easier.
just
Yeah.
post and keep
Yeah.
it moving. YouTube, I have to like go back, and for some reason my phone doesn't show me the comments. It's just too much.
You get that too. They changed the player, and I've sent them feedback, and I can't get to my dashboard anymore from that view. Like if I watch one of my videos, I used to be able to click on the thing and go back to studio. You can't do it anymore. So I have to go to a bookmark and go to my studio from I don't know what they've done. I think secretly Google is trying to get all of us Apple users to switch to Android phones. I think that's why they're doing it, because it just seems to be a problem on there. But what else have we got here? If you weren't in Canada, I would say look into Tank Me USA. They're based out of Miami, Florida, and make complete works of art. Shipping, I assume, would cost an arm and a leg to cross the border. Yeah, when I was trying to get the Deltec equipment, I wanted the 3000i skimmer and the 2 E-flow pumps, the biggest ones they had for my return pumps, because you can run them externally. And they had a Black Friday sale, and this is how long ago it was. So I contacted Deltec USA via Instagram and asked about it, because you can't get that stuff in Canada. And I kind of know why now, but so she said, yep, we can ship that to you. And so it took them like 2 weeks to get me a shipping quote. So I'm buying like $3,000 worth of Deltec equipment, and they wanted $300 to ship it to Canada. And I said, no, I'm sorry, that's ridiculous. So my LFS said, like, we wouldn't mind carrying it. So they started communicating with them, and something in my hair. There's something in my hair. I don't know what it is. Sorry. And they couldn't get their act together to figure out a way to ship stuff to Canada without the LFS actually losing money by selling it to me at the price that they agreed on for Black Friday. So it's I don't know what it is, but the shipping is just killing everything.
Yeah.
I know a lot of Canadians used to buy a lot of stuff from the US, and like I had a shipping, like a mailbox in the US, and I can't get there to get my parcels because we're not allowed to cross the border. It's not considered essential, of course. It isn't, right? So that has all gone haywire. You can get stuff shipped, but it's super, super expensive. And then if they use somebody like UPS, they charge you an extortionate amount of money for brokerage. So, I bought something once from New York, and it was, I don't know, $75. And they wanted another $85 at the door to pay for customs, tax, no duty, and brokerage fee. And the way I got out of that was their tracking was all messed up. So I said, like, you guys can't even track this. And, you said it was supposed to be here yesterday, and it's not even crossed the border yet, and blah, 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 blah. So I did a lot of yelling at them. And so they waived the brokerage fee. But I still had to pay duty and tax, which is fine. Anyway, so I've had a lot of experience with shipping and buying stuff and getting it here. And it has never, ever been more expensive and more difficult than it has been the last year or so. And it's got to be pandemic related, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And then it's just like the whole principle of you don't want to pay the same amount you're paying for the product for shipping.
Yeah, exactly.
I think, I don't know if I'm the only guilty pleasure, but the soaring prices of fish and not so much coral. I guess coral kind of always been expensive, but just fish in general.
Mm-hmm.
I guess because I've been in the hobby since 2006, and I've seen where yellow tangs were once 30 to 60 bucks.
Yep.
And now it's just wrapping my mind of paying $120 to $200 for a yellow tang.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's me,
Mm-mm.
just everybody else. I just can't. Cindy, I'm having a hard time paying for blue-green chromas that I knew were $4 to $5 each.
Yep.
They're like $10, $15, $20 each, and I just can't wrap my mind around it.
Yeah. Well, yellow tangs we can get here that are captive bred, and they're $2.50 a piece.
Wow,
Canadian dollars. So that's, what is that in US? Probably 210 or something, 200, something like
that's
that.
crazy. Because
Yeah.
I think the lowest I've seen in here is $120.
Yep.
But that's still like, I still in my mind, for some reason, I'm holding out hope that they'll go back to $60 and just, I could get a school of small yellow tangs. But right now, I do have a captive bred yellow tang, and I'm happy with it. Like it's not really like super transparent.
Mm-hmm.
It has a hint of yellow in it, but you could still tell it's like not wild.
Yeah.
It's healthy guy, but I spent $200 on this, Cindy, and
Yeah.
I want to
Yeah.
faint right now. I just
Well, a year ago, I bought a yellow tang from the LFS for $69 because he got in 10 of them for a customer who then decided they didn't want them. So these were at the store for over a month, and I was in there one day and I needed herbivores because I had had that fish disaster. So I said, well, what about a yellow tang? And he said, oh, we got these here, $69. And it was a great fish. And then when I had another problem with fish that I got with acclimation,
Mhm,
I had to move the rocks around to get out a fish that had died.
mhm.
And I think what happened was I blocked off a place the yellow tang used to dart behind. And I think he got himself jammed in the rocks. He couldn't get out and he died.
Oh man,
So that was really hard to take. But I don't know, like if it ever reaches the point where captive bred, where they can develop them genetically to get back that color, because I know they are a little paler, and I sometimes wonder if it's the type of food that they raise them on when they're really young. I don't know. Like, I don't know what the genetics are behind the coloration and whether it is environmental in some way. Like the bright yellow ones come from the ocean because what they eat when they're really young is different than what they get when they're bred in captivity.
Mhm.
I don't really know, but yeah, it's too bad. Or maybe Hawaii will open again. I
that's
mean,
like I saw that the Indo ban has been lifted. We had
again.
yeah,
Yeah.
back and forth. So I'm holding out hope that Hawaii,
Hmm.
just say, we have plenty of yellow tangs. Because from my understanding, the aquarium hobby is not making a huge dent in that population.
Mm-mm. It never was.
So I don't know who blew
Yeah.
the whistle and made it seem like we were just this horrible people, hoarding
Yeah.
fish. But yeah, I know people over there eat it, as a
Hmm.
meal. So if you could eat it, why can't I have it in my fish tank and give it
Yeah.
at home?
And keep it alive.
Yeah,
You need to go to a restaurant where they have them swimming around and you get to pick your own.
and take
And then instead of having them take it to the kitchen, you put it in a bag and take it home, right?
it. Yeah, if all we could get to the States or Canada from Hawaii just that easy.
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah. It's there's damsels that I'm considering getting once I have a tank.
Oh
We were
yeah.
talking about a little earlier the pavo damsel. It's similar to the springer eye and very non-aggressive. Well, it's the least aggressive or one of the least, and they captive breed them now. They're a beautiful blue color. They're $40 each.
Nice, nice.
So, but I mean, you know, $40 each, and I want 10 of them.
I know, right?
So, you
Your
know,
mind, you when you hear damsel, you're thinking
mhm,
more than $10, $12.
I know.
Damsel. So it's how do we get our mind to
Mhm,
shift to I'm paying $40 for a damsel, and these fish are usually considered beginner.
mhm.
You almost cycle your tank with these fish, and
Yeah.
I have 3 sprinkler damsels.
Spring rye, yep.
Yeah, I have 3 of those and 1 yellowtail damsel
Mhm.
in the 200, and I love them. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
I think damsels are so underrated as far as a reef. Like,
And I think what happens is because they're aggressive, people avoid them, and generally they're the first fish in your tank. So once they establish themselves, anything else you try and add while it's still getting used to the situation, it gets bombarded by the damsels, you know, because they're so territorial and aggressive. So that's why the ones that are captive bred that I was talking about, that's why they appeal to me, because I've done a bunch of research into them, and they're once established, they pretty much keep to themselves. So, yeah.
yeah, I think I'm trying to avoid the 6-iron wrasse. I
Oh,
really like.
yeah.
I don't know why. It's like everybody give it a, it's like such a meaning. But I love wrasses that like dart like little missiles.
Hmm.
Um, so I'm considering the 6-iron wrasse, but I'm holding off for right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, my tank is it's pretty much a WWE tank. You know, they pretty get bit. It gets pretty aggressive in here, especially with the purple dotty back.
Oh, yeah.
He's pretty. I mean, beautiful. It's like a neon purple, like almost
Yeah.
like a neon light. But man, he is aggressive.
Yeah.
He's aggressive. So
Yeah. Yeah. This is it. It's you have to think of the order that everything's going to go in. And usually they say, you know, you start with your smaller fish, let them establish a territory, then gradually start adding the larger fish. And it's like,
yeah,
yeah, if you get those dotty backs, they'll go after almost anything, and especially if it's like something like maybe a rabbit fish that's kind of more docile. Like they can stress them out, like
yeah,
seriously.
yeah. So I hope I'm doing this right. I mean, I know I did it wrong. I had a plan that I was going to add all like the small fish first, but
Yep.
now that you saying it out loud, I think I should have added the big fish, like the
Yeah,
tank.
but that's the advice you get is add your small fish first, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, I until I started looking into them and researching them, because I love those purple dotty backs. I
Mm.
like the orchid ones. I think they're amazing looking, and so now I'm looking at Royal Grandmas, because Royal Grandmas are half that color, and the other half is yellow, right?
Yeah. Are they aggressive, the Royal Grandmas?
They can be,
Okay.
but if you put them in when they're small and they fit in with the rest of the fish, they're fine. I've never seen it be aggressive. I have one. I'd like to have 5.
Nice.
And the one that I have, I got when it was really small, and it went into the observation tank. And now it comes out and it eats, and I bet you it's doubled in size in the probably 5 or 6 months I've had it.
Okay.
So, you know, Alex G has had a group of Royal Grandmas. I think he started with 5.
Hmm.
But I mean, he's got what, 400 in his reef. He had 480, was it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 480, and then 720 in the fish only.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know. Even if I had 3, that would be nice, because then you get these bright splotches of color everywhere.
Hmm.
So we'll see.
I think I made a big. I mean, I'm not regretting it, but I just know I can't add any other Royal Grandmas or Dottie backs in here because he goes after the Yasha Gobi, and I didn't think they would get into it because
Yeah.
Yashigobi is usually at the bottom, under rock and stuff like that. But as soon as he sticks his head out, I mean,
Yeah.
he go for him. So I'm like, man.
Yeah, and then the problem is they can't feed, like they can't eat.
Right.
And, then it's downhill from there.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's why. So do you feed flake food in your reef?
yeah.
Okay, I thought I was one of the only ones, but I
Yep.
feed the flake food because I have a small fish.
Hmm.
I leave the flow on so it blows everywhere. Like,
Yep.
and I see my Yashigo, he gets a bite or two
Yeah.
when I snow the tank out.
Yeah. I turn the flow off, like the pump off, and then I leave the power head on.
Okay.
And when I put the pinch of flakes right in the right in front of the power head, and they go like all over the tank instantly.
Yeah.
So even if a fish wanted to chase another fish away from food, it couldn't.
Right. Right.
Because the food is everywhere.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then it doesn't go down the overflow and get wasted. And then I leave it for like maybe 10 minutes. And when I'm not seeing food in the water column anymore, then I turn the pump back on. And that seems to work pretty good.
That's a great strategy. Might have to. So just
Yeah.
turn the return pump off.
Yeah, just the return pump. Well, this is in the Nuvo 40, the Innovative Marine. In the other system, all I have to do is turn off the pump and shut off the ATOs because they go crazy with the alarm. And I leave the flow on in each chamber, like in the 150 and the 100.
Mm-hmm.
And then especially when I'm feeding coral food, like broadcasting it, and then it completely circulates in that tank. And then when I turn the pump back on, then the flow goes through the whole system again. So when I'm doing that kind of feeding, that's when I put flakes in for those fish, for the foxface and the tang, and a blenny that I still have that I thought I lost. I have 2 blennies and I still have both of them. I still have an Aurora goby, and I see him come out once in a while. So, they're in there. They're doing well. It's just that with the stock tanks, you can only look top down, and there's so many places they can hide.
Yeah.
That, you can't see them.
What kind of blenny do you have? Because I had a bicolor blenny, and oh my gosh, Cindy, I came down. I don't know if I startled him or not, but he sometimes sleep on my my flipper max. He's like wedging between there. This was the most personal fish that I had in the tank. Would come in the tank and everything. I heard the power head kind of wind up, like almost like it got stuck. Chop.
Oh no!
It chopped his head off, and his body just.
Oh man!
I felt so hard, but I was like, I'm not sharing this online.
No, I know it's awful when that happens.
I had to, and I was like, now I did something that I didn't really think through. I went, my first thought was, in this hobby, you gotta have some tough, thick skin. You gotta be, you gotta lick, I said, okay, I'm just gonna replace him. Now, I didn't just like totally disregard his life. Like I felt bad for what happened, but in my mind, to justify it was just a freak accident. I never seen that happen before. But so I ended up going to the LFS and replacing them. And I ended up buying a tail spot blenny and another bicolor blenny. But I didn't address the issue of the power head.
Oh, with a guard or something.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, was that a freak accident, or am I being reckless by not? Because I've never had to do that before. Like I never.
No, what is it? Is it a Vortec?
Yeah, so it's the MP40. Now I know I've seen anemones go into it. I've never seen a fish. I mean, go into an active, like it wasn't like it was on feed mode or it was like off. He went in it and I cut it on and he chopped his head off. It was
Yeah.
it was on. It was like spinning. So
Yeah.
like,
I remember you made a comment when I was showing the mollies.
mm-hmm.
Remember when, and I had to be careful when I turned the power head back on because when
Yeah.
it was off, they like to go in there and pick at the thing. And I'll never forget you said, "I'm scared for the mollies."
Yeah. Yeah.
That was
It's just
funny. But I'm
point.
careful, right? But I think Fish of Hex makes like anemone guards for the MP40s or for the Vortec pumps. I wonder if something like that would work,
Yeah.
like to keep the fish away. I don't know.
But see, also I have two waves by Neptune, and I hope if he makes those guards also, I might look into them. But
Yeah, I don't know if he does, but it's worth checking.
yeah, I felt horrible, man. I mean,
Oh, Oscar, Insane Reefer says his MP40 killed his engineer Gobi.
ooh, was it
Yeah,
off, or did he just go into it and just get chopped off?
yeah, I don't know. I sometimes wonder too, like fish are usually strong enough to stay out of the flow of those things. Like you know how it draws water in.
Yeah, yeah.
So maybe there was some reason that the fish wasn't able to withstand the draw of the pump. Or maybe the fish was close by when the pump got turned on and he wasn't able to get away quick enough. I mean, I know in your case it was running, but you know, maybe if the thing was off and then came on suddenly.
It was traumatic. I didn't even want to tell my kids. Like, I
Yeah.
had it from him. Like, man,
Oh, he was 6 inches long. Hey Daniel B, you can try and post a link if you want, if it's to 17K gallon tank.
jeez. I think that might be the. Is that the guy Sadler?
Adam Sandler, yeah.
Yeah, Sandler.
The Herm says he's had gobies get eaten by the vortex when the modes change. They sit on them when low flow, then a ramp in flow get. You know what? That makes total sense.
Oh,
So it might be worth getting a guard for that.
yeah. Because I definitely got to keep the MP40s in here, and I have them set up where I have it just on the back wall, the black wall,
Yeah.
and I'm pushing a lot of flow, like with the waves and the MP40s. I'm pushing some flow. But man, that really, whew, that was.
Yeah. It's always hard because you look after these creatures day after day after day. You get to know where to look for them, where they live, where they hang out, what their habits are. And, you know, something like that, it's like a human getting hit by a bus,
Yeah,
you know, but like yeah, it's hard.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. But we'll see what happens. I got to start saving some more money for fish because the price is going up.
Yeah.
And I've got a good start. I don't have everything, well, obviously, because where would I put it? But I have some good basics. Got the sailfin and the purple tang. I've got a Tomini tang and magnificent fox face. Couple of blennies and the Aurora goby, clownfish, royal grandma. So you know, I've got fish that can go in the tank when it's ready.
Hmm.
So we'll see. See what else comes along. Because that's the other thing. It's one thing to have a plan for your fish, but then so say you add the first group of fish, everything goes great. Then you add the second group of fish, and they're a little more aggressive. And a fish in the first group of fish dies, you can't replace it because you can't now put it in the tank with the more aggressive fish. So that plan goes out the window, you know?
It's funny. It's a saying that when we make a plan, God laughs at it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nothing is in here. You think you have it under control, but you really don't. So
No.
I think, I think you just roll with the punches. And
Yep. Revo 13 said they went back to a sea swirl, which isn't a power head. Yeah, that makes sense. I remember my first low tech water movement tool was the Fluval Flow. And what you did was you put it on the return nozzle. You know, like now we would put a random flow generator. You would put this thing on your return nozzle and the velocity of the water would rotate this end on it that had an opening in one side, and that would rotate 360 degrees, and that's where you got your flow. So my very first flow that I ever had in a tank that was random was using that. It was cost like $12, because at that time all you could get is wave engines and like wave boxes, and those things were like $400, $500, $600, almost as much as a Vortec now.
Wow.
But they work differently, and yeah, a lot of money.
Yes. I really like Ecotech. I'm really loyal to them almost because of the customer service and, good products.
Yep.
I just don't, man, I can't go through that again. And I've lost fish every type of way, from fish jumping to disease to fish getting killed by other fish. That was the hardest one I've experienced. I've actually had an anemone eat a fish. I've seen it all when it comes to fish loss.
Yeah.
But that one, when he chopped it, so it was a clean chop too. And I just felt like, oh my God. And what was, I guess, a circle of life was, as soon as his head chopped off, the cleaner shrimp grabbed it and started eating it.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, it was like immediately.
You'd start laughing out of shock, right?
Yeah, I was like, oh my God. Like, I sat there, and it happened right in front of me. Like, I heard the blade, like, I felt like it was getting stuck, and then it just unloosened itself and it chopped his head off. It fell right to the cleaner shrimp. Cleaner shrimp grabbed it, took care of it, and the body it fell to the sand. I said, oh no.
Oh man.
So,
well, I mean, at least he didn't suffer. Like, he wasn't sick for a long time or harassed for weeks and weeks by another fish and die slowly,
Right.
I guess if you go quickly, it's at least there's that. Yeah.
I guess the moral of the story is have tough skin, because this hobby's gonna test that theory.
You got to be ready for the heartbreak.
Yeah.
Yep, the heartbreak and the euphoria, one end of the spectrum to the other, and unfortunately, there's less frequency of euphoria than there is of heartbreak.
That's a good. So out of a percentage of 100%, how much of it is heartache, frustration, and how much is it euphoria and bliss and just satisfying, rewarding hobby?
Yeah.
How would you put it in your opinion?
I would say probably 40% is heartbreak.
Okay.
And probably maybe 15% is euphoria.
Okay.
And then the other 45% is just like everyday grinding away, enjoying the time that you can spend looking after the creatures.
Yeah.
And that's why when you get those moments when you walk in and you look at the tank and it is so beautiful, like, I can't take my eyes off it when it's like that. I used to just stand in front of the Red Sea tank when the lights were going down at night, and I would just stare at it. And you can't even get that on video because the way the light is, it just doesn't show up. And I get the flashlight and the magnifying glass, and I'd be looking at stuff, and yeah.
And you have to take it in. It's like you cherish that moment. You have to almost take it in before you could think about grabbing your camera.
Yeah.
And just say, man, like, this is like I guess for me, it's two things that always really satisfy me. Is the clearest, cleanest water that I could possibly keep.
Yep.
I love being able to look through my tank and just crystal clear. Like, I'm looking at it now, like, I'm drooling over it. Like, I want to drink this water.
Yeah.
And the second is having friends over that's in the hobby or that's outside of the hobby and seeing the tank. That's the only joy I get these days.
Yeah. You've had some pictures on Instagram of your tank. And I remember looking at a couple of them, and the water is so clear.
Oh,
Yeah.
Cindy, it's like that now. Like, and I'm the camera. The lights are off. Let me go back to my back camera. The lights are off, but it's
Yeah.
looking like super clear, and I'm looking at it like this can't be real. Like, what happened?
Yeah.
So yeah, and I actually want to once I hang this canopy up, I'm gonna clean all those wires up. But I want to put that LED light strip bar back at there so I can kind of illuminate the back
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah. Nice.
So I don't know.
Yep. Diacanthus says this is a shock and awe hobby. So true.
Yeah, well, I wonder what people in the chat saying about their percentages. Like, how much do you actually enjoy the tank?
Yeah. Yeah. The Herm 14 says it's a beautiful hobby, keeps you learning. To a conversation of continuous ideas. Love it. Yeah. Yeah, because there's so many different ways to do things. And like in a way that's why some of this drama that goes on, it's so annoying. It's
Oh
just
man,
like, come on, guys. Like it's
it's childish.
anyway, I have sometimes I want to know what's going on mainly because I don't want to say something insensitive
Hmm.
or put my foot in my mouth. You know what I mean? So it's better if you kind of know what's going on. But a lot of the times I watch this stuff and I just go, oh my God. Like, and I switch over to Reef Man. I really like Reef Man watching his videos or somebody else if it pops into my mind and I go and I check on their channel and see what's up.
Yeah, I tend to I always try to stay away from drama, and I always try to be a peacemaker
Yeah.
or like a some try to I'm always looking at the side of things, but it's certain people that just won't let it rest.
Yeah.
I come to the point where yeah, I'm tired of that. I'm tired of putting out fires, unnecessary. Of if you're an SPS guy, you this and that. You're a scrub if you're not. If you don't do it this way, this method, you're lame, or
Yeah.
are
Yeah.
you listening? All this, nonsense. I just get to the point where I know you caught that right.
Uh-huh.
I know
Uh-huh.
you get to the point where it's like I look at this tank every day. Not YouTube, not Instagram. Me, I look at this tank. My family look at this tank. I could give 2 cents about your opinion on a hobby that I'm funding.
Mm-hmm.
Not something that now don't get me wrong, I value opinions of people I respect.
Yeah.
I will always do that. Like if somebody's doing something and they're successful and it makes sense,
Mm-hmm.
of course I will value that. But to shame me into doing something or
I know.
not doing something,
Yep.
I would never subscribe to. And quite frankly, I could care less what a person because they're not sponsoring this tank or
Mm-hmm.
they're not looking at this tank every day. They're only going to see what I choose to put out.
That's right. Yeah,
So
exactly.
I got to the point where, yeah, I got tired of fighting the good fight per
Yeah.
se. And
Yep.
I just I stay away from all drama filled people or drama filled things. And
Yeah.
if they don't like it, hey, I could care less. I don't live for the shows or YouTube or Instagram. I could disappear and just be fine. I
Yeah.
love interaction. I love talking to Cindy
Yeah. Yeah.
and stuff like
Oh,
that.
I love this part of it. I would really miss stepping away from YouTube because I found I really like making the videos. I like telling the stories.
Yeah.
And I'm still learning things all the time that, like the potassium thing we were talking about earlier. I want to make a video on it just to suggest that it's something that's worth watching out for, especially if you don't do water changes all that often, because that's not something I've heard anybody say, and it's such an important fundamental element, you know? So stuff like that, like it still comes along where I want to go out, do the research, put together the video and put it out. And for me, YouTube makes the most sense because it reaches the most people and it's longer lasting. I love Instagram for the daily contact and the daily updates and keeping in touch with everybody. And for the other aspect of it, for the educational part of it and the longer term stuff, that's why I like YouTube, because it's there, it's archived, it's easy to search, you can find stuff. And that's why I'll keep putting those types of videos on YouTube. But I love the idea of a daily vlog. I mean, now that I have stuff going on, I could go tomorrow and show everybody my new frag tank that I'm setting.
Yeah, I actually called O on the phone, Reefing with O, about the daily vlogs. I was so inspired by Melvin. I always
Mellows, yeah.
Melvin's Reefs, Mark Leviston.
Yeah.
I got super inspired. It kind of reminded me of Moki Inappropriate Reef, where he's showing it all, the good, bad, and the ugly.
Yep.
But he's doing it on a daily. Like the Reef Diaries was so edifying to me, and I was just like, man. And this guy's going through a huge crash.
Yep.
And I just like his raw feelings of like he's sick of it. You know, I was just like, man, looking at him, just relating to him. Like, I do something to this tank every day, and I don't, vlog it or record it. And I actually was gonna put out a vlog today, but I was at the funeral all day. Like I had 2 funerals actually, and it was bad. I was actually editing a little bit of my video in between the funeral. I couldn't finish it, so I'm gonna post it tomorrow. But I actually called Reefing with O Seymour, and I said, man, let's do a daily vlog, just 2 to 5 minutes, and just talk about your tank, man. Talk about what you did. Talk about what you experienced. It don't have to be elaborate. I said, and I just really feel inspired by Mark. And I just wanted to, I hope he's watching or he see this. I just wanted to shout him out because it takes a lot of guts. And it takes a lot of thought to do a daily diary. Like
it does.
I'm really following along. I'm like you. I binge watched them. I try to watch every day. Actually,
Well, now I do, but I will say for anybody listening or in the chat, if you haven't looked at Melv's Reef Diary, I highly recommend it. Start at number 1. They're only short. A couple of them are over 10 minutes, but most of them are somewhere around 5 minutes or less. And what I really liked is that you could see it told a story day by day. And when you binge watch, you get to see right away what's going to happen next, right? And it doesn't take that long. It probably took a couple of hours for me over the course of 2 or 3 days to watch the whole thing and get caught right up. And it's really, really worth watching because it is raw. It is. And there was one in the comment I left was like, my heart is really hurting for you right now because to watch all this going on and you're helpless to do anything about it. That's the heartbreaking part of it. You know it's happening and what he went through to figure out what the problem was and how he came across it almost accidentally. Or he still wouldn't have known if he hadn't anyway, I'm not going to give any spoilers, but yeah, if you're interested, by all means, look it up and watch it. Well worth watching. And say DC Reefer and ReefGrrl sent you.
Yes, right. That's right. And it's all, he created a TV show, almost like Netflix. It's a series where since the pandemic, me and my wife been just Netflixing crazy. Like we just try to find new shows. So one of our favorite shows is All American. It's really and I like how instead of shows like Power where you have to wait week after week, All American show it has loaded all of them up.
Yeah,
so you can binge watch each one, and that's kind of what Mark is doing with the Reef Diaries. Now his is daily, so you don't have to wait a week.
No.
I have him on my bills notified as soon as he. I mean, I watch Cindy. I watch him on YouTube. I watch him on Facebook, and I think I watch him on Instagram too. I don't know if he posts on Instagram.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
And I just enjoy each one of them. And I just, like I said, it sucks that he's going through what he's going through, and he's overcoming it. But now we can see, and it's going to help somebody else, just in case they go through that same situation.
Yep.
Know what to do. So it's just,
Yeah.
I tip my hat to him. He's really struck gold with this, and I think everybody should support him.
Yep. Yeah, we're getting some feedback. Marcus Arelis says, I was thinking 60-40, also not including the grind. Something always pops up.
Yeah.
The Herm says 80% love it. Calypso loves every second. Hey, producer Reef, did I say hi to you before? I can't remember if you were in earlier.
You guys are more than we are, Cindy.
Hey, SUV Porridge. Yeah, Diacantha says, I'm loving the daily diary from Mark. Lots of quick information on the dailies of things. Yeah. See, I always think I don't want to be boring. You know, I don't want people to go, oh my God, she's talking about that again. But I realize that I don't find Mark's boring. And I didn't find yours boring, the couple that you've done.
Oh,
So maybe other people, and I mean, doesn't that sound like a backhanded compliment? I find them interesting. So maybe other people would find it interesting, you know, because I mean, what I've got is a little different right now than most people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just a sump. I got a giant sump with my corals in it.
Do something, I can almost guarantee you do something every day to that giant sump.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
And I could go through it all, because things like where the hose comes up to the trash can overflow, I have it inside on an piece of egg crate with a filter pad. And so the outflow from the hose goes on this filter pad. I have to change that thing like every 2 days, and it gets disgusting. You know, stuff like that. And even turning off all the flow. I got to remember to turn all of the things back on again, because I've got pump controllers everywhere.
And
you know, like,
you think that's something small, but it's valuable information for somebody that's either going to set up something similar to you or something that's exactly like you. And I call O to inspire him to say, just put it out there, man. Like, don't be afraid to just, and even if mine is boring, I don't get no views, no. I can at least go and say, man, I put the work in. I vlogged it. I really just every day, I'm doing something to this.
Do you remember Kevin ENH Vlogs?
Absolutely. Met the guy.
Whatever happened to him? I always loved it when he would come on and do his like walk around the house updates of his tanks and everything that was going on. So, man, oh man.
To live in Florida. Family moved to Raleigh, North Carolina. Last time I saw Kevin was at a Reef show in 2019, years ago. He told me he still had a tank. He didn't set up like all those other tanks because of the move. He's still around. I could give him a buzz and just to see, what he got going on. Man, he's still around.
Well, if you're talking to him, or if you do give him a buzz, just ask him to pop in the live stream one Saturday.
Absolutely.
And I don't know if I told you, or if people who are here know, no live stream next weekend because it's my father-in-law's 90th birthday.
Oh, wow.
And then the following week, the 26th, the Sunday afternoon, because that'll be the global, because it's the last Sunday of the month.
Gotcha.
So that's the schedule. Yep, Oscar overcame his losses. Yeah, this is it. When Tony Close, UK Reef, he, I can't remember. I think it was when I was on hiatus from the live streams. He watched every one of my videos and put a comment on like 95% of them. And so it was cool for me because when I was responding to his comment, I was able to go back and look at the videos and like not watch them, but remember them.
Yeah.
I can't believe how many crashes and mini crashes and near crashes and problems I had with all those various tanks. Like going right back to the white slime in the 20-gallon. Do you remember the one about, hands up everyone who's taken a hacksaw to their reef tank plumbing while it's still running? Like that kind of stuff, right? Like when I remember all that, and you don't actually realize what specific things you took from that until years and years and years later, like it all counts. And so to have it documented like that, like this daily diary thing is a great way to sort of supplement that on a like a more micro level, more detailed level.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
talking to he was kind of, we get that YouTube burnt out feeling.
Yeah. Yep.
And
Yep.
I was really going heavy on YouTube. Just I would edit in my car like CJ because I wanted to get the sound
Yep.
right. And I mean, I remember just adding all these effects, and it burnt me out. But my new found love is Instagram.
Hmm.
I would just tell them that, hey man, just give it a try. So that's why I tag them in each of the posts just to poke them a little bit. Like, come on, man, let's get started. I'm gonna call him, harass him a little bit. I want because he's a very smart guy. I love the way he talks about his reef and just about the hobby.
Yep.
So I'm just trying to really get on board with it. Like, come on, let's go, let's do it.
Yeah.
Even if you don't do it, I'm gonna still do it. I have a lot to share, and I just want to see how far I can go as far as these tanks. I'm really putting a lot of heart and soul and blood and sweat and tears into these tanks because I want to make it the best that I've ever attempted. With
Yeah.
full blown SPS, and then I have the LPS tank over here, just really
Yep.
making a piece of. Because this, when I walk in my house, this is the first thing you see. These are my tanks.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but the deal was for my wife was when we moved that I get a fish from,
Hmm.
and she granted me that. So when I come in the door, here you go, the door right here. So you turn in, it's my messy fish room.
Yeah. But you know what? You'll get to the point where none of that will be there because you'll have yourself organized. You'll have your routines. You'll figure out the storage. Yeah.
Yeah, all that. I'm enjoying the journey. Like as I go along, even I haven't even been as big into the RODI, filter and just having like some of the cleanest water, and
Yep.
I really dove deep into that. Like I ordered an extra DI saver kit and just I'm going all out this time.
Yep. Yeah, I feel like that too. And I have to say, if this tank turns out the way to look like what I have in my mind, it's going to be like nothing you've ever seen.
And that's it. That's exciting.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of get
Right.
goosebumps when I think about some of the chances that I have to do things that are completely different. And yeah, and we'll see. And I mean, we're gonna have we're gonna be inviting over the builder and the engineer that designed the supports for the tank, and the designer that we worked with for the house, because they're all super, super interested, and all the neighbors and the neighbors' grandkids. Everybody knows about what's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all waiting, I think, just as impatiently as me for it to get going. And I mean, they don't even know that the thing is probably going to have to sit and run for a month with nothing in it until I can get the parameters matched up to downstairs well enough that I feel like I can flip that switch and connect them. So there's still a ways to go.
Hey, you'll get there.
Yeah, I hope so.
Well, Cindy, I really appreciate you letting me come on.
Oh man, it was so nice to talk to you. It's been so long.
I know we could go for hours. This was good.
No
This is
kidding.
like our own little reef therapy. We just no
Yeah.
topic. We just talking.
Yep. Well, it's been 4 hours and 45 minutes for me.
Yeah.
Not quite a record yet because we did have one that went over 5 hours.
Well,
But I really enjoyed talking to you, and thanks for coming on. I know you just got home, so
thank you so much
you
for
got stuff to look after. All
Yeah.
right.
All right. I'll see
Yeah.
you next time. Thank
Yeah.
you again.
Good night.
All right. Good night.
And on that note, I think I should probably say good night. We've got a couple more. Yeah, Insane Reefer. I still remember the coral loss you had with the heat packs. Yeah, that was really awful. And I, to this day, I can't believe why I did that, why I didn't realize what would happen. And I think it's because we had a 9-hour drive and the car was going to be cold. And that's what I was worried about. Yeah. Anyway, Daniel B. Just wondering how many people have backup power supply. Almost lost my tank from a TS this year. Tornado? A TS power outage? Yeah, I have a UPS into which is plugged the return pump and the Inkbird so that we can run heat and flow into this. This is the sump system. We also have a gasoline generator. That's how tired I'm getting. And there's a window in the sump room right beside where the tanks are. And the generator can go right outside the window and the cord can come in and we can plug the heater and the return pump and the Inkbird into this special 3-prong cord we have that goes into the generator. So we can run it. We did during a 5-hour power outage that was planned, that it actually went 8 hours and the thing ran flawlessly. I did notice the lack of flow from power heads was a little bit of an issue, but at least the temperature and the flow through the system was continuous. Now we're looking, it had always been a plan of ours to get a whole home generator. And when I look at weather reports and weather forecasts for what is upcoming in terms of climate change and what the winters are going to be like, they're talking about a lot of sleet, rain, ice, that kind of thing. That is absolutely the worst. We can get dumped on with snow, but if we start getting ice and sleet and stuff like that, it becomes an issue with power where we live. So a whole home generator that runs on natural gas, which we have here, we had our gas supply set up to accommodate that. So now we just have to do it. But apparently they're in short supply, so it could take a couple of months to get it. So that's our backup plan. Yeah. Tropical storm. Yeah. Salt Creep in Orlando. Thank you. Thanks for the good wishes. Yeah. So glad you could come in, DC. So I will say goodnight to everyone, and we will see you next on Sunday, September the 26th at 1 p.m. I will put out a reminder video. I won't put out a video this week saying there's no live stream because people will probably not watch the video and go, oh yeah, live stream. So we won't be doing that, but I really appreciate everybody who came in tonight and spent the time here. And if you're watching on the replay, thank you for hanging in till the end. And everyone take care of yourselves and stay safe. And we'll see you soon. Goodbye. Get my thing to work here, my mouse.